Let me just reverse a bit and say good morning to the listeners of Vibes. Welcome to the program.
If I stay within my setting as a public officer, as a public relations officer, and I stay just within the office space and do not go out to the public, how will we understand what is happening on the ground?
Still, delivery.
We've done a lot, not just in terms of the general infrastructure, but homes, support to farmers, support to fishermen, etc. And as time goes by, more support will be given to Carriacou and Timaki.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered. Built back, even better to last.
Let us all strive to build a better country by putting aside our petty grievances and move forward with dignity, being proud of working hard and working together.
Anything that we're doing now, it's futuristic thinking. It's not for the now.
Education is the key in a country's development. That's it. If its people are not developed,
You don't go that far, no? Just remember, knowledge is power. When you know, you know.
that's it.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered. We have to have you on Vibes 101.3 and 106.3 FM every Thursday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Do you feel the vibes? Go in. Go in.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
And this is where I take the music down and say good morning to you right here on Vibes FM. Welcome to the program Speak Out Unfiltered for today, Thursday, the 9th day of April. Good morning, good morning, good morning to you in the Tri-Island State, Peter Matinee, Carriacou, Grenada. Good morning to you. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, our neighbors next door, always locking it down. Good morning to you as well. Hope that everything is fine. And we also want to say good morning going out to our listeners and those of you viewing us on Facebook, on YouTube, or wherever you are on the internet. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for tuning in and for making us being in our company, of course. All right. A lot of things done for discussion. To remind you, the program is interactive. You can always call us at 403-0101. That's 403-0101, 443-0101. Those two numbers I just mentioned again, 443-0101 and 403-0101. And you can also call 458-1914. 458-1914 when we open up the lines for you to interact with us. So let me move right over and say good morning to Coy, who's already there, ready and waiting. Coy, good morning, with a big smile. Good morning, Coy. How are you doing?
I like the fact that you say with a good smile. I was particularly interested leaving home this morning, as I normally do. Yes. Yes.
Go ahead. Yeah. Okay.
As I normally do, just look around to see if I have everything, check my pockets, check everything to make sure I leave. And one of the things I have grown accustomed to in recent times to ensure that I have is a smile.
Okay. Oh, you always walk with it, right?
Yeah. So because I can't afford to go face this angry world. And this place, everybody's angry. I said, nah, I can really be the same as that.
Well, it's always good to walk with a smile. That's
So
because
I walk
it
with
goes
a
a long
smile.
way. It goes a
Of
long
course
way.
it does. It diffuses all the tension that you might have and all the things that you might be worried about. You know, we worry a lot. You know, we deliberately worry. I mean, we have seen the results as time goes on. Things will be what it is, but worrying wouldn't change it. You know, so I'm just saying that I'm glad that you observed that I'm wearing a smile this morning because I deliberately left home and looked for it and make sure I have.
You put it in.
I put it in.
You know, some people, as we say, you know, sometimes they put it inside their pocketbooks in the wallet, you know. And they hide it away and sometimes forget it at home, you know. And then when they come out now, it's not the usual, you know,
But Kim, when you talk about a smile, and we see the environment around us, and we see these days, we talk about silly season and stupid season and all kind of things like that and so on, but I think we need to wear this more often in this as we approach and we get into the middle of this silly season, stupid season. You have to smile. You can't just be angry at everything. Everybody would not have the same view and ideas as you have. Yeah. So just learn to accept it and smile. Don't get angry too, because I mean, you know, angry plus angry.
Well, I sometimes in the morning time, you know, there's a song that I like a lot, you know, that just says, you know, walk with a smile, smile,
yeah.
And sometimes, you know, people sometimes take it, you know, in a different kind of way, you know. But it's always good to walk with a smile because it goes a long way.
Yeah, it does.
And it makes a big difference, you know, in communicating with the others.
Yeah.
Just a smile on somebody's face just tell you that you're welcome. You know, you feel, you know, attached.
Yes.
You know, you feel you could communicate, you could do something, you know.
And you know, when you smile and somebody does not return a smile to you, then don't do anything, you know, because the smile benefits you.
Right.
You are the one who is benefiting.
Right.
So whether you accept it or not, or you get angry too, or you whatever, when I smile, it comes from deep within inside. So I mean, I benefit from it. So I don't see any reason why we should be going around not smiling. At least smile reflects the heart.
Right.
How you feel. I feel good, you know.
Yeah.
I feel good despite whatever the challenges I might have.
You feel good.
I feel good, and I think that's how we need to order this society in which we live in, and we trying to build on that.
Okay. Well, what's in the buzz right now? You know, the Maroon Festival. Is in the making. You know, you realize, you know, on the 24th, 26th, we're going to have the annual Maroon String Band Music Festival in Carriacou. And the Village Maroons will continue too, you know, because we had Mount Pleasant just around the ending of February. Was it February? I think Mount Pleasant celebration.
Yeah, the beginning of February.
Yeah, okay, right, yeah. And tomorrow is Friday. I think Six Roads Dumfries is going to be hosting the Maroon as well.
Yeah, but Kim, you know, we have this thing, and it's not. I won't say it culminates with a national Carriacou Maroon, but these are the things that we do. I wonder if we really, from a village standpoint, because it happens in different villages, at all times. And what does Maroon represent to the village, as it was, as you have just noted that we have the six roads Maroon. That's this weekend, tomorrow. Do we really sit back and think why Maroon and really understand the concept, the depth of it, and the reason for it? Who are ancestors? Because Maroon focuses on the ancestors, and we have other things that happen to it. But who are ancestors? Do we stop and think? I mean, my mom, your father, my father, everybody. I was stop and think, boy. I mean, what part do they play in this whole?
Well, what I could tell you, you know, is that sometimes we use the word ancestors loosely, very, very loose.
Yes.
And sometimes we don't even sit back to say exactly what the meaning of ancestors, you know. But I think it's deep, and it's something that you should remember from time to time. And whenever we're doing any celebration, we should remember them too. The people who have gone by, who have laid the foundation, who are making us, and their presence are still around. Let me take a call. Vibes FM. Caller, come in. Good morning. Caller.
Vibe FM. Good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you doing?
Good morning, my brother.
King the King, grace and peace be unto you and Dr. Coy.
Good morning.
Thank
and
you.
for the persons that are privileged to join you as you discuss matters concerning the Southern Grenadines and by extension Grenada. As I call this morning, I'm thankful to God that Milton doesn't know what maroon means by what he's saying. But Milton doesn't realize that when we were in Sunday school, we would sing, "Smile a while and give your face a rest."
Right.
You see, that's why Milton faces like that, because he ain't smiling enough. He need to rest up his face. But today, I mean, I know you guys are very energetic when it comes to politics, and I separate church and state.
I know that.
And by virtue of my office, I separate my office with some of the things that goes on globally. But as we celebrate Dumfries Maroon, in my spirit, I thought of persons like Uncle Lord, that's Lord Joseph, out of Six Rule, champion, that Mr. James, and I think of the Mattisons, and I think of the MacLeods, and the persons who went on before us.
Yeah.
And tomorrow morning, when we get up, there are some of us that are going to remember them and reflect to them as we celebrate. Some people think about the food, and I'm glad that he brought up this thing about upcoming string band music and maroon, and there's two differences. But I hope that the able office of Uncle Leo is going to explain that there is one that relates to the ancestors and how we appreciate them for the contribution they have made to us, and one so that we can build the economy of our country. But as we celebrate this weekend on Friday night, when the drum speaks, I mean, some people doesn't know the effect of the drum, but I'm thankful to God for the open door to both Western and Eastern Africa, so that I could get stories as to understand why. In one of these days, when I'm able to sit with you guys live, probably on the next month, President Maroon, I could explain to them when the boat would have left, one of the last things we did out of Ghana was to speak through the drums. And they traveled from Ghana all the way to Grand Bay. And when they get there, one of the first things they did was to speak through the drums. The drums speaks, but in our time and our culture, some of us doesn't recognize that. Today, let's remember those guys who came and left, and they left us with the understanding we should never let this die. And let Dr. Coy knows, if he called me personally, I would explain to him the difference between Maroon Festival and Maroon.
Yeah. Yeah.
God bless you, my friend. Have a great program today. And I'm listening.
Okay. Thank you so much for your contribution there. Okay.
Yeah, I heard him give me an invitation to call, and he'll explain to me. Okay, I'm open to, because I think he's my senior. But yeah, we need to understand the depths and meaning of these things. You know, there will never be a time as that as our time again, when we grew up understanding all these cultural things, these village things, this maroon thing, and it really helped us to understand a lot bigger things in life.
Yeah,
because you know,
it's important, you know. And I remember, you know, as growing up, you know, and looking at some of the elders, you know, who have made contributions, you know, and something that's always impressed me, you know, is the singing and the dancing. And when it comes to the dancing, you know, there's one particular dancer that I always, you know, I like to see dance, you know. There were many of them anyway, but Lucian Duncan.
Oh boy, yeah.
She had a dance called the peacock.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And she looks like a peacock
when she's performing.
Yes.
And she was from the 6 area again, too, you know.
Yes,
and so these are people that we always have to remember, you know, and the singers too. You know, and the way they were singing, this we listen to the singing now, but the singing back there was something in the singing that really touched the heart, touched the soul, that maybe calling on those
Yeah.
who had gone before,
Yeah.
maybe, you know, to listen to us. Listen to this.
You must answer good calls to attend together.
Now, if you listen to that, right, and you listen to some of it today, I mean, there's a big difference. There's a very big difference, you know, in the singing, in the drumming too, you know, and you know, whenever I listen to them, you know, it puts a different feel.
It does.
You know, you see me start dancing in the city. There's something about it that has to make you move.
Yes, yes. But you know, as you mentioned that, I learned from as studying history and studying all these things and so on, that the drums, like it speaks, literally speaks. It comes with a message, and when you listen to the drumming and the songs and the voices of the ancestors who sang, you know, it really touches you.
Yeah.
It brings you back. It brings you to a feeling where you know, like you were there.
Right.
Like you were there. And I don't know.
No, because there's many a times, you know, when I listen to the music, the drumming and everything like that, I feel, you know, attached to it. I could feel a different sort of a feel, although I don't really know the translation of the words, you know, in the lyrics, you know, that they're singing there, but still, I want to hear it. It's in me. It's making a connection.
Yes, yes. And I think that you know, I really appreciate the fact that we have been encouraged at this time to reconnect with our African brothers and sisters, and that's where the whole issue of ancestors, we get to appreciate it and understand it. So we need to understand that it's not just us, who you see around us now are alive and have been always here. There are people who have been there, or grandparents or parents, and you know, different set of people, and we can connect with them. Some of us may not have even known them in life, you know, before they died, but we can feel and understand that they are present, and we can sort of, in so many ways, get into their thoughts and understand what they have been thinking. And our ancestors, let's not forget them. Our parents, let's not forget them. Our and neighbors and people who we grew up with, because they also made a contribution to our lives. Yeah, and Kim, has been such a nice experience to grow up in Mount Pleasant, where, you know, I mean, you wouldn't agree with everybody, of course not. I mean, that's life. But you know, you could understand some things like Daje.
Yeah.
You know, you could understand.
When the maroon is going to be held in the Mount Pleasant area, you know, and you see the Brother Shell, and you remember is Shepherd
Shepherd on top of the hill. Yes.
The Brother Shell, you know, to tell, listen, get ready, you know, and announce the date, you know, because in those days we didn't have radios and any time to communicate, phones and stuff like that, you know, and we didn't have that, you know, so a way of communicating, like when you hear the shell blow, you know, is maroon time.
When last you heard a shell blow?
The real shell, you don't hear much of it now. You hear some of the shells in the music, you know, that is,
but I'm talking about
but the real shell.
But even after that, a part of the shell blowing was when they gonna sell fish.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
They go down the sea and they catch fish and they come back and they blow the shell and say, you know, you come to the show, you come wherever, and buy and so on. But the blowing of the shell is like a message. It's like
it was a way of communicating.
Of communicating.
Yeah.
So how do we communicate now?
Cell phone. Yeah, that's it. Cell phone. Basically, that's our means of communicating right now. Through the cell phone to just make calls and things like that. But before that, you know, our way of communicating was, you know, to bring in people attention, was like, like say you just mentioned the selling of the fish.
Yeah.
We'd have to blow the shell. So well, fish selling down the road.
Down the road on the bay.
On the bay, you listen carefully, to hear where it's coming from, because sometimes it echoes in the village and you're not too sure where to go in order to buy some of the catch. So this was a way of communicating, but still inside the maroon, this is thing that we look forward to from time to time. And I always like the maroon, although I didn't really understand it too much, but I always like it.
The last caller said that people sometimes focus more on the eating.
Yeah.
Sometimes the maroon is about how much food you can get.
Right.
And so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So it's not just for the eating sake, but of course it's for the appreciation of the culture and the heritage that we
But in maroon, I used to look forward to the eating, I really used to look forward to the eating, I'll tell the truth, whenever it's a maroon day, definitely we don't cook. You're just waiting for it to look, but all the neighbors and everybody, will be cooking anyway.
Everybody, yes.
But you might go by your favorite neighbor, who you enjoy the cooking, and that would be your meal to start the day, because at the end of the day, that you have to go down in the gathering now, the area where we all gather for the celebration. And usually that would be, I remember in Mount Pleasant area, either by Tandoor Junction, or by the Cousin Nelson them Gap, right down there, and we will go there and get something to eat. But the part I always enjoyed was the grappy.
Oh Lord, in the tray.
In the
tray. Yes, and see how much more you could get than the other person.
Because the grappy tray, it was where the kids, you see, what used to happen. You I don't know if you were part of the grappy too, because I used to look forward to it. Is that we the kids now were not privileged to go, among the bigger people,
Yeah.
We had
take our place.
We had to, and that was understood between us. So we play, we playing
on the outside,
and the bigger people, gather inside and around, sharing food and things like that. But they would come out now with the grappy, because that is the time now for the kids now to eat.
Yes.
And
they share.
Yes. And then when it coming out with the grappy tray, the ladies walk, whoever it is, usually it was a woman that was coming out, and coming out with it on the head and holding onto the tray. So we're going to gather in an area where all the kids are together, and then put the tray on the ground, and everybody will take something from the tray.
And the more you can get, is the better for you.
Right, yeah.
That's why I call grappy.
Yeah, right, yeah. But the thing about it is that we sometimes used to forget about the cuckoo and the rolled rice and all this thing like that, and we go in for the meat.
Well, I guess it's enticing. It's enticing.
So Luther is with us, So Luther,
yes.
Luther, did you know about this grappy?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Morning to everybody.
Good morning.
I see, Kim, that we are on the same accord. We are both in the gray zone.
I'm out of that for today.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So, me and Luther, yeah. But I used to look forward to that celebration, the Maroon Festival celebration, the Village Maroon. Because in those days, we didn't have like you have now the string band and the music festival like they have twinned it, recently, to sort of bring everybody together under one roof, We all had our separate things. And still, that's why I believe Six Roads will have theirs tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we're going to might have a few
I
more.
heard the caller.
Yeah.
I heard the caller said Dumfries and Six Roads.
Dumfries and Six Roads. That used to be one of the biggest maroons,
Yeah.
And another big maroon too was the Big Pond Maroon. That used to be, that's in Limley, yeah.
Yes, Big Pond Maroon.
That was another big one. You see, those maroons sort of get more villages together, more participants, and it's usually big and grand. And once it has a reputation of being big and grand, more people going.
When you leave your home and you go in and say, "Boy, I'm going in." Let's use Big Pond for example.
Yeah.
I'm going in Big Pond Maroon, and you go by the going across there and the pond and everything and so on. What do you expect? What are you going to look at? What are you going to see?
Let me tell you. One of the things about the maroons in those days, it was a form of socializing,
Mm.
because you don't meet together too many times to talk and to see each other in another village or community, So it was a way of socializing to one, and it was a way of getting out of the house, because most of the times you're just home, So getting out of the village and maybe putting on something, nice and decent, because you're not clothesless, Luther, I mean, that's what I see about them.
Well, it's nice that the people can get together every now and again and enjoy themselves.
Yeah.
We had the same thing in Grenada with Shango. When there's a Shango, what they call Shango festival, Shango dancing, you see people from all villages come around
together, yeah.
And that's what we must go back to, just getting together, unifying each other. That's what is missing.
Yeah, because that was our way. I mean, really, of getting together, on most occasions. Because other than that, you're basically in your area, and there's nothing much doing.
And in those days, everywhere was far,
Yeah, right. Yeah. And we used to walk all the way from Mount Pleasant, because in those days there was no transportation. I mean, so if you have a donkey,
to go to Tibo.
Yeah, to go to Tibo, to go in the Maroon.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you leave early too, because
even the form of transportation, it means something as well.
Well, you see what we used to do too, is that all of us, the boys, all of us have a donkey, so so we racing sometimes,
Yeah.
And if you didn't have one, and you could get on, partner with somebody, jump in the back behind them, you did that as well too. So it was nice. I like it.
It was nice for you, but not for the donkey.
Let me take a call. The Vibes FM caller, you're live. Caller, welcome to the program. Good morning, caller.
Well, thank you, and good morning to you all.
Good morning.
I when there's a discussion on culture and history, I come alive.
Yes, I heard that.
Okay.
I realize.
I come alive. And it's sad because we are talking here, watching that how the culture is going, it's changing, it's diminishing. In fact, I think, especially Carriacou, lost a good opportunity when that young man from Africa visited Carriacou, and he was saying he doesn't know that in Africa and he doesn't know that in Africa. But we keep saying that it came from Africa. But what we must know is the culture has watered down, because we learned a lot of things orally. Even the songs, even the words that we singing in the songs, that's not the original words. But we do not take time to get to the root of things and to preserve it that way. We just go ahead with the things. So today you find, look at what Devil Mask has come to. Yeah? Devil Mask has come to know the biggest thing in Carnival. Yeah, and people not really remembering that Carnival came with the French, and it in Carnival still has some French words, and Carnival was just preceding Lent. So the Devil Mask and everything was part of that whole Catholic outfit which came with the French. But now, without really explaining, we just dash away the real truth. We just dash it away and we come out fresh with a new thing. Jab Jab represents African slaves. And that will take off because it's being documented. So that is what I believe has happened to the Maroon. I have heard three interviews with people from Africa who said they do not know the word Saraka or Salaka. But instead of we going and looking into it deep and see what we are confusing, we just continuing to say it. So then we must stop saying that it's our African thing, because they don't know that in Africa. We have to say it's our Grenadian thing, heralding the people from Africa. That's what we should be saying. But the Maroon that you're speaking about, I heard Kim say it's paying homage to our ancestors. In modern society, do people respect old people? No. Look at what All Saints have come to. They bring in the DJ, they're selling rum, they're doing all kind of thing. No more prayers, priests afraid to go and pray for the grave and whatnot and thing. And it is just being allowed and it is accepted. Sadly, it is accepted. I gave my little 2 cents. Let me go back and continue to listen.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, thank you so much for your contribution. Okay, and the numbers to call 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. 458-1914. As the caller was just saying there, you know, we have lost a lot of what the tradition, you know, we have lost it. Now, like, now when you go in the All Saints, especially just mentioned in the end of the day, you know, the DJ, you know, and
well, I mean, the music. Why do we have to have that music? Is the question I'm asking. In for All Saints, for example, in my time, of course, I guess in your time too, Kim and Luther's time, we grew up looking forward to All Saints, and we had the asham.
Yeah.
I mean, even if we don't have corn, we go and get corn and patch it and grind it and so on and so forth and make asham, because these are things that go along. I mean, today is the music.
Yeah, and we in the cemetery, remember too, you know, we used to be singing, you know, songs, you know, the older folks, you know, teach you some songs, and you even though you don't know what you're doing, a little hum or whatever along with it, you know, and that was our way of, you know, of the celebration of the, you know, but we don't do that anymore. You know, now it's looked for as more commercialized, and the pattern has changed. We have lost the meaning, the true meaning.
Do we say that we celebrate All Saints? It's a time when we go and celebrate those who have gone before, celebrate our ancestors. What do we say? No. What have we been saying then? You know, it is all encompassing the whole experience of both those who gone, those who here, and of course, you know, we're trying to see how we could live closer to each other.
Luther, you've been more, you know.
The last caller, I think we must appreciate that in Africa. Africa is not a country. You have something in 54 countries in Africa, and a number of languages. You know, I mean, hundreds of languages and tribes. So it may be that the particular person or from the tribe that came here did not understand the language, because all Africans don't speak the same language, and all Africans do not understand each other.
Right.
Okay. So we have to appreciate the fact that maybe, just maybe, the person who came here did not understand the universal languages. So that we can't make an assumption that these words did not come from Africa. That is my point.
But I guess the caller did say, the caller wasn't assuming, the caller said, the person said they don't know. So obviously, I guess the person who interpreting it from an African standpoint wasn't aware, and we weren't aware. I mean, because we are using the languages and the expressions from people who we consider to be our ancestors,
and they pass them to us. Yeah.
Pass them on to
Vibes
us.
FM caller. Let me take a call. Vibes FM caller. Yes, come in.
Morning, Kim. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Morning.
Well, it's the first time that I agree with Luther, because I was just going to make that point. Africa have different languages, so it depends on what part of Africa you come from. You may not, or you may understand what
the other person
they are saying.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. So the name Benin today in Africa, you know, it was called Daole.
No.
And there is a big song that we sing, Daole, Daole, oh Daole.
Oh,
Daole
yes.
was
Okay.
Benin.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know the song.
So some of the languages maybe get watered down or not, but there is that connection, there is that strong connection still with Africa and the language. Depends on where you come from. You may know it or you may not know it. So
right.
I don't think that caller that was mentioning she asked Africans, 3 Africans, and they don't know what they're saying. So it depends on where they come from.
Right. Yeah.
I think our big drum is deeply rooted still in the African culture.
Yes. It is. Yes.
There's in the African culture.
Okay. Thank you so much.
There's not only one
next
African
caller.
culture.
Next caller, line caller, come in. Caller, you next. Caller, turn your radio down, please. Caller. Hello. This caller, your radio is too loud. Hello.
Morning.
Yes, get Tony, read it on, please, so, because it's kind of confusing you. Listen to us on the phone. Okay, go ahead. Yes.
Couple questions. I think the lady made a valid point, but something that I want to suggest, or I want to ask something first.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I want to ask a question first. Is Saraka or Salaka, is it a Grenadian tradition, or is it happening in the other Caribbean islands or islands that where our ancestors would have transported to? That is a question that needs to be answered. If it is just in Grenada, then from my knowledge of history is that you had people coming from different parts of Africa as part of the slave trade. Yes, so that will have to be evaluated, assessed, and to find out whether where the Grenadians or people from St. Vincent and where did they actually came from. We must be able to connect at whether it's Ghana, whether it's Nigeria, whichever one of those countries. Could we make that connection so that, and I think the point that the lady making is so critical, because if it was not practiced in Africa or wherever in the country which those slaves came from, and it was being practiced here, then maybe we need to do some greater research as to why that actually started. Because there was not slavery in Africa, so maybe when slavery came here, they had that tradition, whether it was from the people who had them enslaved or
right.
We need to find out that. I think it's very important, because the point that you're making should not be dismissed.
Right.
But where do we start? Do we start at home? Do we make the connection first and then go to the source and get the information? But I think the question or the comment that she made was very, very important.
Caller, this caller make a very, very good point there, Where Saraka, where did it start? Where did it arrive?
But throughout history, there was slavery. It didn't start in Africa, in East Europe, which is called the Middle East. Have slavery in Egypt.
Yeah, but we have the hold on. Too many calls. Hold on. Talk for me. Vibes FM. Next caller. Let caller come in. Caller.
Hello,
yes. Good morning. Yes, good morning. Yes.
How is everyone? Hope everyone have a good morning.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
I'm just calling to say that remember, all trees have their purpose, whether they blossom or not, whether they bear fruits or seeds. They have their purpose. I'm just saying this. Without the slave trade, there would not have been not Grenada. There would not have been. We call ourselves Afro-Caribbean. There would not have been Afro-Caribbean, because in the Caribbean, the people that was there were the Caribs and the Arawaks. We call them indigenous people, right? When we talk about cultures, remember, I would agree with Luther on the fact that there is 52 countries in Africa. Everybody have different culture. Nigeria alone has over 52 languages, right? Before Burkina Faso, it was another name. When you go to South Africa, there's the Sun people, these people. There is so much of every different things in Africa. When you go to Sudan, the people look so completely different. Some people in South Africa look like Chinese. And if you go back before it was even in the Mongolia and China and all those, before the Ming dynasty, it was black people, right? So it doesn't matter where we are. The foods we may cook them different. When you go to Africa, we may see similar things. It didn't come from a Grenada thing, as I say today. If it wasn't for the slave trade, there was no people calling ourselves Afro-Caribbean, if you understand where I'm coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Everything, seems like a long line. It's a long line, and you may find a knot tied differently, but it comes from the same people. Because if you look at Puerto Rico, they call plantain mofongo. They pound the plantain and use it with pork. They call it, as I said, they call it mofongo. When you go some places in Africa, they call it fufu, they call it pounded yam, they call it different things. You understand? But it's the same thing. Everybody in Africa don't know everything about everybody or all the tribes or everything like that. Some of them don't know. And a lot of things, again, we become so westernized. We forget our ways and our culture, our tradition. How you call it? You just say the going in the cemetery for the candlelight. It's an African. It's not an African thing. Sorry, it's a Catholic thing. It's an All Saints. It's a Catholic thing.
Yeah.
You understand? I remember as a little girl, Saraka. Right, to talk about Saraka. When you listen or you watch documentaries in Brazil and different places, they do the same thing, but they do it in a different way. I think that we are just close. We are close. Some of us are very close off to certain things in the world. Because when you go to Suriname, there is things in Suriname that is really, really things that we do. The way that some mass in Trinidad, we may not see up front. We may see the nakedness in the mass. But Trinidad have mass that look like the mass that you play in Carriacou. We talk about that guy sing that song about the stick mass and what. So it wouldn't be the same. It's just like with olive oil. So Italy say olive oil is there, Greece say olive oil is there, this one say olive oil is there, but everywhere you go is that different because of branding. So that is how things come. I think listen, it doesn't matter where apple is planted. An apple is an apple. So I'm just saying, it doesn't matter where we are as African people, we are Africans.
All right.
So take care. Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
I would remark that we think that Calypso is Trinidad and the rest of the region. But we never look at Guyana because lots of the calypsos and come from Guyana.
Yeah, but you see,
so we kind of discard. I know Guyana is on the side we don't recognize. But when you look at it factually, Guyana has had some of the biggest hits in calypso.
Well, I'll tell you something. As the caller just making there and just reminded me, I mean, an apple is an apple wherever you go. They might call it by a different name.
Yeah.
But what shocked my mind a little bit is that the practices that we have around the Caribbean and in other parts, right, are similar to those in the African country. So now, where did it really start? Maybe. In other words, look, when I went to Africa, right, they gave me cuckoo to eat. What we call it cuckoo here. Over there, they call it inshima. No, it was prepared the same way. Same way.
We have the same thing in languages, French and
because I'm just saying I'm just saying, so now we didn't invent that. We didn't invent the cuckoo. But Africa have the cuckoo too. But if you go into another country or another place, you're going to find the corn being prepared the same way again. And it might be called by a different name. So there must be an origin. There must be an origin. And most likely, because of the slave trade, in my belief, I believe that it all came from that continent. And it sort of like trickled down through the islands or other countries. And because of the languages are different, because you might find 10 different tribes on the island of Carriacou, it depends on how the trade went. And they couldn't communicate with one another, and they assumed a name maybe, and it stayed here with us.
The indigenous people of North and South America, they had maize and corn, so it's the names may be different, but the product is the same. For example,
Luther, hold it on for a minute. No, I don't want the calls to back up too much. Next caller, you're on the air. Next caller? Yes, hello.
Hi.
Yes.
The topic is a good one concerning the Africa and the Caribbean. Now the thing is, seeing that Carriacou is now looking to bridge the gap across the Atlantic. Okay, as the Africans say that the Caribbean is the fifth region of Africa. Okay.
Yeah.
It is high time now that we should be looking to fill in the gap where culture, including language, is concerned, because Africa have the most different language in the world.
Yep.
Nigeria, some languages. I go through languages in Nigeria, 250 something languages, and in some culture, the man speak in one language and the wife speak in another. I don't know how they understand one another.
That is true. That is true.
But I get to that from Nigeria.
Right.
Now I go on YouTube and I try learning some of the language. Some does be French, some mixed with Afrikaner, some is pure Afrikaner, and some again like from the Zulu and the Ashanti and everything like that. So now I know you like to play a wide variety of music. There's a young lady from South Africa, I think her name is Brenda Fassi, F-A-C-C-I.
Yeah.
And she did a song, Volin Dela. Okay? I would like you to pull that up and have it play on your station. And there's a lot of African music that we call Afrobeat that we play in the Caribbean. But how much of us learning the language? Some of the songs, they sing it in their own language, but they put the English in writing so you could follow them. Yeah, and I've been doing that for some time now. I think it's time that we start learning some of not the language from Europe, but the language from Africa, from tribes. Because we need to communicate with them. You might belong to Africa, and end up in a tribe and you're speaking English and they don't know what you're saying. So I think we should get on our governments in the region to help us bridge that gap. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jay.
Well, the Chinese and Indians who've come here as indentured servants, what about their language? Don't you think we should try to adapt them to?
Well, you see, there are so many languages that we can adopt all of them.
No, but you have to adopt the ones that can be spoken.
Vibes FM? Caller?
Hello.
Yes,
Hello,
go ahead.
Good morning.
Yes, go ahead, yeah.
Sorry that I have to call you back.
No problem.
Because some of your listeners are not as acquainted as I am. From 1987 to 2017, I visited Africa twice a year for whatever I did. And I went both east and west. And someone mentioned a few languages in Ghana, but Ghana has 500 language and dialect. In some of my speech, I had 3 different interpreters to say the same thing that I'm saying. Now, you mentioned that you had cuckoo with okra sauce in one culture. In Ghana, we call it banku with okra sauce. In Kenya, we call it ugali with okra sauce. But it's the same corn.
Right.
And the corn might be white, now it might be yellow. Now, in my study, in traveling, when I went to Benin, they told me that the folks in Haiti came from Benin. They speak French. What language they speak in Haiti may not be pure French as we speak in Martinique, but they speak something close to French. And our people that goes into Africa, when they go to Africa, they go into the city. When I go to the Africa, I go to the country. In many of my churches in Africa, and I have some 400 churches there, they still play the drums. And that's why I mentioned in the beginning, the drums have a language. And that's why you have to be careful when certain of our people goes into Africa. If they do not understand the nation that is being played on those drums, they will go nuts. And one of your callers said that there were 3 persons from Africa. ladies and gentlemen, the people from Sierra Leone knows nothing about the people from Ghana. The people from the East Coast have no idea about from the people from the West Coast. The people from Togo, they join with Ghana, but they have no idea because there is difference in language, there are difference in culture. Somebody even mentioned that there were no slaves in Ghana. Were they trying to fool? There are still slaves in Ghana. And the people from Liberia, who is not Africa, came down to Ghana and captured some of our folks and bring them over here. They have to study the facts before they start talking. Forgive some of the folks that called. Forgive some of the folks that are planning to call. But you have to know what you're saying before you even open your mouth. I know what I'm talking about. Because I made over 47 trips to Africa during my time here in North America. I'm disabled now, so I cannot travel from 2017.
Mm-hmm. It'll be interesting to know.
But I still have ties with both East and West. I still have people that work with me in Kenya, not Nairobi. I'm talking about in the village.
Yeah.
And we're talking about close to Uganda.
Mm-hmm.
I go to the Volta region instead of in Accra. When the king goes to Ghana, he goes to Accra because he could afford a hotel. When I go to Ghana, I go to Togo where I don't have to pay a hotel. I stay with the people.
Yeah.
I drink what they drink. I eat what they eat.
Right.
That's why I could tell you about the food that is being cooked. I know it's being cooked. God bless you, my friend.
Yeah.
Enjoy the show.
Thank you.
And I don't know why you bring Luther today, though, but he's all right. Enjoy the show.
Thank you so much. But I think it's called as mentioned, and the different languages. And like saying any one of the countries there, how many hundred languages there is. And there are some people who are able to speak maybe a dozen or 2 dozen. I met one in particular when I went to Zambia in particular, and I went there to visit Kaunda. And the head mistress who was responsible for catering food and making sure that everything's okay, she was the one that invited me, and she was there. And every time someone comes up, she was the one to admit them. Sure. And she was speaking a different language all the time. I say, Mommy, hold on a minute. What you doing? She said, well, this one is that, and this one was that, and this one is that. And she's just switching just like around the clock like that. And there's some people that say we're capable of doing all that, and the amount of languages they have within any one country. Sometimes there's people inside, they can't communicate with one another because they're speaking a different language, but in the same country. So, these practices that we talk about, and what has trickled down here, and the different names, to me, it's very obvious because of the trade and everything like that. We just have different names and different ways of communicating. The names too, in Carriacou. Because imagine you have, say, maybe 10 or 15 different Africans with different languages come together. How do they communicate? And when they're going to cook the kuku now, what do they call it? So they have to...
Food.
We say saraka.
But, I listen to the comments, and even your comment here, Kim. How do you define language? I don't ask you the meaning of language, but how do you define language?
This is something that me and some friends spoke about one time, and basically, in my view, language is a means of communicating.
Exactly.
Just a means of communicating, whether it's signs, whether it's vocal, whatever it is.
So you see,
as long as we could communicate.
What do you say?
That is language.
You could communicate. You communicating, but understanding it is a different thing. But I understand that. But the point I'm really trying to get at, defining language. Language, does it mean you must understand what I'm saying to you for me to call it a language?
If there's no communication, there's no language.
Yeah. Well, okay.
You're saying you.
No, not a matter if there's no communication, but there is different kind of communication. And
of course,
you are guys, so there is communication, but does that mean it is language?
Of course it is. Once I understand you, we understand each other.
That's it.
And if we don't understand each other, it's not language?
Let me say something to you. Suppose you're walking outside there now, right? And say there's some fire on the ground there, you didn't notice it. You put your foot inside of it, and all of a sudden, you get burned. You pull it off quickly. Now I'm standing on the side of you there. I don't have to wonder what happened there. No, you felt some pain.
The thing is, you put your foot there and it pains you, so you shout fire. Okay.
But even though you didn't say
so you shout fire. So the person next to you will understand.
They understand
that this word fire.
Okay. But again, language is just a means of communicating. Because you could be silent too. You could be squeezing somebody, and then you could see the expression on the face, and you realize like they're hurting, or maybe they're feeling good, or something like that. That's language to me.
Well, the problem is here we've been so brainwashed by the colonial empires.
Yes.
Is that we talk about the Queen's English. What did W mean by the Queen's English?
That's nonsense in my view, anyway. Yeah.
No, we have our own version of language. You mean?
I know, and going to school,
Yeah.
We always used to. I always used to criticize, the Queen's English, as we call it, because why? Because they put certain things in place that you need to observe and go ahead and you can't say this or you can't say that, whatever. As long as I'm able to communicate to you, that's good enough.
Well, I do agree that sometimes in international relations you have to have some formal structure.
Right. That's understandable.
But between you and me, and this formality is done. As a matter of fact, we can understand each other a lot more clearly than if we try to use that which is called the Queen's English.
Let me ask the callers to hold on there, please. Landline, WhatsApp callers, hold on. Landline caller, come in. Yeah, hello. Yes.
Now, I'm listening to the radio, something like certain things that are rather confusing.
Yeah.
But I don't usually call the radio as before. I stop it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but we
the
appreciate
word language. Lang refers to the use of the tongue. Language refers to the use of the tongue. Generally, the use of the tongue.
Okay.
It's language. For instance, I might be English, you might be Spanish. And I use my tongue in English to speak to you, but you don't understand. But what I use is a language of mine, which you don't understand. Okay?
Okay.
Communication is one thing, yes, and language is essential for communication. But both the receiver and the sender must share similar meaning by use of this language. I might speak to you in Spanish, and you can translate what I say in English because you know Spanish. But language is really the use of the tongue in communication. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Caller, don't go.
You're gone
already. Wow, yes.
So
language is the use of the tongue in communication.
Vibes FM, next caller. Luther, hold on. Next caller, come in. Line and WhatsApp caller, you next.
Oh, yes. Thank you again, Kim.
Yeah.
I just want to thank everybody. I am glad that I stirred up that interest, yes? And I learned that Luther was a teacher. So, Mr. Luther, I know that you had to follow the curriculum set by the British colonial people. And they set what we learned in the way they wanted us to learn. Up to today, we know very little of our French ancestors up to today. Yeah? In fact, I'm sure all of you all sitting there know the time when go to France is a cuss word. Yeah? Because that's what they did to us. When the British colonial people came, they closed the door on our French history. So I heard the young lady whom I admire her because I think she's a very bright young lady, but she skipped the French. She said the Carriacou people who were known as the indigenous, and then she reached to the African. Up to today, there's that missing link in our history, which I believe that we should strive to unlock and to find it if we want to find ourselves, because our culture is a mixture of things of all the people who came. Nothing is pure. Roti, the word roti came with the Indians. So we have to say our Caribbean culture, yes? it is a mixture. Even the English that we speak, that's why they try to teach us the Queen's English, because the English is a make-up English. I could tell you a sentence right now. Okay, I could say, Bonje, watch the little boy hand fenny.
Mm-hmm.
You all hear the French in that?
I understand it.
Bonje and fenny.
Yes.
And that's in our everyday language, because we are Caribbean people as a result of the people who came. What I heard from all the people who called so far is that there is a great, great need for us to find ourselves, for more research and for us to find ourselves. We're not speaking about people all over Africa, because there are official records of where the people came from. Sometimes when they're celebrating emancipation, they put up names and there are official records, so we could know who came here and from what part of the continent. Thank you, Luther, the continent of Africa. I thank you again.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
The gentleman had spoken about language must come from the tongue. There are lots of people who are blind. They communicate by Braille. There are some people who can't speak, and there's sign language. So is Braille a tongue, or is sign language using your hands? Is that a tongue? I mean, I'm being kind of facetious.
I see that.
The point is, language is not restricted to the use of the tongue.
Vibes FM, what's up, caller coming?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Just what I call to speak on, that's what we touch.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Right. Because we have sign language. It doesn't come from the tongue. Because the people that is dumb, that can't speak, okay, they teach them how to use their hands to make signs that they call language.
Right.
And they have that understanding. These very sad people, they could write. Okay, they could write, although they're dumb.
Yes.
They could write. So when the guy, one of the previous caller said that language is of the tongue. Well, I shouldn't say it that way. He said in a way that, okay, it is partly, or the majority of it is of the tongue. So I was really calling to ask Mr. Coy, when he speak about language, what were you referring to? Because we have sign language.
Right.
And as you all have in the, what do you call it, that celebration coming up.
Yeah, Maroon Fest.
What I'm gathering, you also get language from the drum.
Yes,
exactly.
That's true.
Sounds.
Because there is an understanding. Understanding makes language easier. It unfolds it to everybody. Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. The drum speaks.
He has raised a very important point, because there used to be messages from village to village transmitted by drums. Whatever the language, we call language is transmitted and then goes. Before we had cable and all the rest of it.
Yeah. The beating of the drum meant something.
Yeah. Is it just the beating of the drum, or what the drum sends out? It's a communications method. I used to hear people speaking about the fact that they want to send a message to some other group or whatever on the other side, or a little way off, and the drum will be involved.
Yeah.
And speak. I don't know how. I mean, I don't know the language of the drum. The drum, I hear song.
The song.
But it must mean something for understanding.
Of course it does. It's like,
so I'm saying I don't understand that.
Hold a second.
Yes, I don't understand that. I'm just.
Landline caller, come in. Caller.
Yeah. Hello. Good morning. Hello.
Yes. Hello. Yes. Go right ahead. Yes.
Compare.
Okay.
All right.
We did compare.
I want to go back. From the beginning.
Okay.
Right? Do you know that everybody came from Africa?
No, I don't know that.
I'm not sure now.
Yes. Well, it's true. In the garden, where the Garden of Eden was.
But no. Whose narrative?
Where the Garden of Eden was.
My question is, whose narrative was that?
All right. Okay.
I'm saying to you, where the Garden of Eden was in Africa.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
where the River Nile is in Africa.
Right.
Yeah.
So everything started in the Garden of Eden. Humanity, it started in Africa. You know those pyramids didn't build themselves.
Was built by people.
Those pyramids was when the Western world discovered those pyramids, they tried to dismiss it, but it was built by Africans in Africa.
Right.
Also, when they came back to Africa, the Africans teach them to bathe. How to hygiene.
Yeah, okay.
I shouldn't say to bathe, but hygiene.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you know it, but that is a fact.
Okay.
Civilization started
in Africa.
Wow.
Full stop.
Okay.
Have a good day, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, boy.
You know,
very interesting.
Well, interesting. The thing is, where did that narrative come from? Who did it come from? Africa? Did it come from Europe? Did it come? What about the Chinese civilization? What about the Inca?
Africa? Africa, you see, you just mentioned about the Garden of Eden, right?
Mm.
And if that's where it all started.
If you say
well, I'm not sure, so I can't. You know.
So what influenced you to think that that's where it started?
Well, because it's in the Bible, so that's where I'm taking it from.
What about the Quran?
I don't know enough about Quran.
Well, you must know.
No, I don't have to.
No, you say, I heard you said if.
Yeah, but because I'm not
that's the issue I was asking.
No, I'm not 100% sure because
okay,
listen,
no,
I'm just taking for granted what I heard, what I learned, and I'm taking that for granted. If it's true, kudos to me. If it's not true, well, same way.
Not kudos to you.
To deepen your understanding,
yeah.
I think you should look at other sources. You must look at the Quran.
No.
And if you are disposed right away to dismiss it, there's something in your logic.
Let me say something to you, Luther. When it comes to these different things, to this different beliefs on whatever, is something I don't like to have discussions on because each and every one is different. Let me take a call first. Vibes FM, caller, come in. Caller, you next.
Yeah, don't say I'm too troublesome.
No, go ahead.
In my humble opinion and what I read and out of science, all life forms life has started in Africa. Akibulan, life started in Africa. Whether you call them Chinese, however, do you know? As I said, we need to go and watch documentaries. In Japan, the monarchs, they were black. We can't dispute the fact that we are first and we are going to be the last. We are the undiminished race. We're not going anywhere. It doesn't matter how much they kill. They can't get rid of us. Thing is, when we go to different places, our complexion change. Like I live in Grenada, come to this country. I'm black as black. I love myself. I've never wear makeup. I don't wear makeup. But look at me. I'm coming like this nice little brown girl. If you get me drift where I'm coming from.
Right, yeah.
So environmental factors.
Different places change your complexion. It even change your hair because of the water. Some water is really hard. You understand? It itches your skin in different. Well, come on, Kim. You live in America. Yes, I know you're a high-colored person, but you get lighter if you stay in America. You
Kim did not come from Africa.
On a serious note, when it comes to our African self, as I said, when you go to South Africa, you find people with little eyes like, example, Nelson Mandela. He's coming from the sun. You don't realize Mandela look like a Chinese?
Okay.
I mean, it is a serious situation. You go to Africa or you come anywhere you go. You may go to Trinidad or any of those countries in the Caribbean. You might find somebody look like somebody in Carriacou or in Guave or somewhere because we are all one. As I said, it's one tree, different branches. All the branches is not the same length. All the fruits don't bear the same, but it's one tree. Yeah. We can't diminish that fact. We are all Africans. And let me tell you, when this Western world went to Western civilization went to Africa, there was school, there was universities, we had everything going. We were well established. These people didn't know anything. And as the caller said, yes, we teach them about hygiene and all that. They didn't know anything. So we can't sit here and say, oh, well, and you, Mr. Coy, yes, the drum give you that thing because the drum is the spirit. When you beat that drum, you have that feeling. It doesn't matter how you stand up there and try to play, you don't move in. When he hits you, you have to rock. You have to rock. So that drum is not just drumming for playing drum sake. You don't play with the drum. You understand? And when you hear the Rastaman say kete drum, you know. So don't play with the drum. And don't stay there and play sarcastic and pretend you don't know what's going on. Because you know when that spirit hits you. Because when Africans congregate and we go into our minds and we start calling and we start singing like the Orishas and we start going where we have to go and we start to him, even if you don't know it, you feel it, you get rock. So a lot of us kind of get, because I remember when I was young, my grandmother and her friends used to be talking patois. I can't speak patois. I used to hear you have an old man tell her, oh, Lucy, bonjour, is good morning in French and all that. I have a French surname. You understand? So it's a mixture of culture and the colonizers. But the next thing I want us to start doing, we need to teach our African history in school. We need to stop teaching children about Bear Nancy and London Bridge is falling down and Humpy Dumpy and Little Miss Morphy and all these type of things. And then we need to stop that.
Yeah.
It's time for us to tell the youth the truth, because today now, as I always say, information is right there by the tip of our fingernails. We just have to Google or ChatGPT is there. We can't lie for them anymore. We can't hide. We need to teach our children of our different clothes and why we wear a dashiki and all this stuff. And a lot of us shame. We're going all about with a jacket and tie, hot. And we shame to wear with nice little floral shirt, with nice little dashiki. And you know what I mean? So, I mean, a lot of our history has really been pushed aside for, as I would always call it, the Western world. You understand?
Yeah.
We need to change that. We need to change our curriculum a lot. As I say, you go in different countries, you find the same thing, but you just done different ways.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Caller, don't go ahead now. Don't go ahead now.
Yes, Mr. Coy.
This conversation requires in-depth understanding. Who really designed the language that we speak? From your standpoint?
Our enslavers, our colonizers beat our language, take our food, take away everything from us. Because remember, we have to solve them.
Right. So to take it away from us means that we have had it. We have had a language of our own, whether we come from whatever.
We are our own people, don't you know? Especially the Egyptians was the first mortician in the sense of knowing how to embalm and everything like that. And when the Greeks go over there and they see even this we don't want to drink it. Some say to sweet honey. They use honey to dry sores and all these things. And stuff like that. So yes, we had our way of life. We had everything. Our way of dressing, everything is because of the invaders. And we must make it clear that the Europeans were not the first one to start selling us. It's the Arabs start selling us first. That's where it started, and then it trickled down to them, and they get to know. So then the English go, the Spaniards went, the Portuguese went and start selling us and all that type of thing. Because remember, if you want me to, if you adopt me as your child, you want me to go by your ways, isn't it? So the language I know and what I know from the 5 years or the 6 years that I know, it depends. I may keep some, or some may just fade away because it's memory. You want me to follow your footsteps. So yes, we had our language, we had our way of dressing, we have everything.
Okay, yes, I hear you that we had our own indigenous language, and because of because we are influenced by the colonizers, we drift.
They didn't influence us, they beat us, Mr. Man, they forced us, they put us in change. That's what they do to our ancestors. They don't think that's not influence. It was beaten, it was how should I say, it was taken away so rudely. Don't you know the worst hell of a cause that ever passed was the Atlantic slave trade, but they're trying to portray it and say is the is the Holocaust with the Jews. No, it is the hell of a cost. We African ancestors. You know how much bodies that is in the Atlantic Ocean and coming to the Caribbean? Okay then. You ready again? Let's go.
No, listen.
That's a fighter.
I am ready, but I'm not going.
All right then. All right.
The next time.
Have a good one.
Next
If ever
time.
I may call back again.
Okay,
You know,
next
but
time.
we have to stick to our thing, and I don't want Carriacou to get messed up behind and forget about the drumming and the ancestors, because it's like, okay, you see like 29 June where the fishermen come together. Right
Yes,
now, it's
fisherman body.
not about giving, Right now, fisherman body come like a business, is commercialized. But for me, my father in Little Victoria there, his food is to cook. Give this tea what you have to give this tea. I don't care who want to talk about what is the point giving this tea you food. That is where you're making in money.
Right.
When we give them the food, then we start with the children, the elders, and we send in the home and what. We don't sell no drinks, we don't sell no food. And I, for my part one, my father passed away today and tomorrow, the tradition will continue. No money on board for no food or no drink. That is breaking away from tradition, and I don't want Carriacou to end up like that.
Okay.
You can't commercialize your ancestry. You can't.
Okay.
So take care.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Caller one comment. Did I hear you indicate that skin tone is determined by environmental factors?
Can be, I guess.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, the caller they was making that point. Yeah.
So
and she used me as an example too.
So if you have black people living in colder regions, eventually they become white.
Yeah, of course. You know that you lose your complexion. The sun keeps, like we here in the Western is half of us travel to say to the US or to the UK, and we come back as white people. Vibes FM,
you come back.
Vibes FM, caller.
I guess you mean fairer.
No,
well, I mean,
yes, I know.
It's a big exaggeration.
Money.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead, caller.
Black people here.
Yeah.
Black people.
Basketman.
Oh, basketman. Sorry.
Yeah.
Money. I was wondering, because I heard Australia was rolling up full of clinics in Grenada, and they didn't want to go to Africa. And I was wondering if Peter David was getting planning of full of clinics, and where in Grenada full of clinics are. Because it's so funny that they spend for so long. And it's a great lie anyway. But brothers and sisters, you have to open your eyes. And I'm still asking them, what is the plan they have for Grenada if they win the election? Because we know that cannot happen, but we still have to ask the question. Brothers and sisters, open your eyes and see the amount of work that is going on in Grenada. I think it will improve Grenada. Especially new hospital you're coming to. And the hospital in the Maribo Hospital again. The new hospital up there. Brothers and sisters, what plan do NNP and Peter David have for Grenada for the next 10 years or 5 years? What plan do they have? Mr. Carl, Mr. Joseph, and Mr. Tim. I'm not home, so I'm not on the radio, so I don't know what to do.
Okay.
But I'm asking you to push. I think thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes. All right. Okay, our telephone numbers to contact us again is 403-0101, 403-0101, and 443-0101, 443-0101, and 458-1914. Let me take another call there. Vibes FM, call you next. Caller, come in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm back again. The lady touched on nerves in what she said. Now, the earth was one language. Okay, the people in those days was one language. And the world, the earth itself, was one landmass. But if you look at the Old Testament, with the Tower of Babel, God introduced different languages because the people, Nimrod and his generation, would have been successful in building the Tower of Babel to reach up to the sky. Okay? So God gave them different language that they couldn't understand what one another was saying, and as a result, the Tower of Babel remained there. He couldn't finish. Okay? And God, in the I think in chapter 11 of Genesis, or chapter 12, it shows where God divided the earth. Now, Franklin said that civilization started in Africa. Franklin is correct. Now, the Garden of Eden was in what is called Ethiopia today. Now, black people doesn't want to accept that, but the white know that they did cover up that history and change it around and put it as Europe. Okay, but Europe was not known in those days. If you look at the ark that Noah had, that up to today, the remnants of it is in Turkey. Okay. Now we as black people, we are afraid to open our mouth and declare who we are. The most educated people in the early days was from Egypt. Okay, Egypt was able to design what you call a monument they build in the desert, those pyramids. Okay, and they get the Israelites to help them build it. They work them there as slaves. Now, the entire civilization started in Africa. They went eastward. The guy that killed his brother, Cain, when God cast out Cain went eastward, okay, of Eden. He didn't go south, he didn't go west, he didn't go north, he go eastward. So where he would have ended up is in an area that is called Asia. That part of Asia is the Middle East, the southern part of it, like Saudi Arabia and them areas, somewhere along that region. Okay? And as population increased, they move from place to place and setting up what they call cities. And then the earth come and be overpopulated at the time. So more of them have to move and keep moving and moving and moving. And slavery play a part in that. Now we have a good thing about slavery, but we refuse to dig deep into it. But if you would have seen the reason why slavery come about in moving the people from Africa to the Caribbean, a lot of these people was Israelites. Mr. Coy should have some knowledge on that, because God told the children of Israel, because of disobedience, they will go down to Egypt by ships. All right, and they will be taken to a land that they don't know, and the people don't know them, and they would not remember the land in order where they come from anymore. So that's why I'm convinced a lot of the black people you've seen in the Caribbean, in the Americas, some of them could be of Israel descendant, because these people were black people. You know? God made Adam black. He took Adam from the earth and he didn't paint him. You ever see white man? He didn't paint Adam. So man was black.
Okay.
All them big guys, all them prophets and them, even Jesus Christ was black also. And I'm happy to hear Pentecostal preachers coming up to that now. When you read through it, and before I go, yes, Mr. Luther, people moving from one place to the next could either darken the complexion or brighten it. For if I were to leave the Caribbean now and go to Siberia in Russia and live, after spending a number of years there, I would not be having the same dark color. It will fade. So it's a fact. Wherever you go, could have an effect on your color. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right.
But not your race.
No, that would mean the same. Okay. We got a pause. I have a caller online right now, as a matter of fact, and I was scheduled to be on even before now to give us a little bit of an update. So let me go right over to our landline. I think our PRO from the ministry is on there. Diana, are you there?
Good morning, Kim,
Yes.
and good morning to Mr. Coy and Mr. Rennie,
Yes.
and to the
Good morning.
listeners of Vibes 101.3 FM. Thank you again for the opportunity to give some information to the general public, not just in Carriacou, but the region and the diaspora. So, Kim, we continue to work at the Ministry of Carriacou Ethnic Affairs, and we have a number of events and activities that are taking place. We know we have the upcoming Maroon Festival, and that festival is being held from April 24th to 26th, as we were discussing earlier. And Ms. Alison Caton is the person responsible for the committee, the Maroon Committee. But from the ministry end, we're giving them all the support. We actually have a team that is in the Botanical Gardens on afternoons doing some preparatory works in terms of building some boats and some VIP booths and some regular booths, so we can have a different atmosphere, the aesthetic, changing of the aesthetics at the Botanical Gardens. That team is being led by me, and I want to say thank you to them for the continuous support. We're doing a bit of bamboo structure together with wood. So you'll see something different when you come to the gardens for the Saturday night event. We know the event starts off at Bennett Park with our Saraka and all the cultural performances and the opening ceremony on the 24th. And I know the Maroon Committee is still looking for some support from sponsors, but I will leave that up to Ms. Caton to come to the radio to give you all the necessary information. We have the Lashing Dogs coming back into Carriacou, and then we have Fulton Collective, that group out of Trinidad and Tobago for the Saturday night, and then we end at Paradise Beach as per usual. So the Maroon Festival, the committee is working hard to ensure that it happens this year, and we're encouraging our visitors to come to Carriacou to experience the 2026 Maroon Festival. But Kim, from the ministry's end, we have our another support that we'll be doing for our fishermen, together with the Windrest and with St. George's University under the Unleashing of the Blue Economy project. They'll be coming back to Carriacou to do another event, and Pitimatnik, they're going to Pitimatnik on the 28th. That is to do with safety at sea. And they'll be going to Pitimatnik on the 28th, close to some safety at sea live demonstration and interactive sessions. So we're inviting the fishermen on Pitimatnik to attend that event on the 28th of April. On the 30th of April, they'll be doing a similar session in Carriacou, and this time it will be held at the Leicester Cross. So they're going into the communities to do these events. And 20 fishermen will be able to get free distress kits, and also there will be some prizes for school children as well. So it's not just for the fishermen, it is also open to the general public. So you'll get some more information, and ad, I know, was already sent to the radio station. We also placed it on the ministry's Facebook page, so you can check it out. So you will be able to participate in that event. While it is focused at safety at sea, for fishermen, it is open to the general public. Kim, before I continue, I would also like to, on the behalf of the Ministry of Carriacou and Pitimatnik Affairs and local government, extend sympathy to the Durocher family on Pitimatnik on the passing of Mr. Clayton Durocher, who was also a Queen Awardee. Mr. Durocher gave yeoman service to the people of Pitimatnik and by extension Carriacou. For over 50 years, he participated in the Carriacou Gaffer Festival and was also part of the foundation of the Pitimatnik Winton Carriacou Gaffer. So we want to say our condolences to Mr. Durocher's family. Another thing we'd like to update the public on is a new project that will be launched at the end of this month, but it will be done in collaboration with the Ministry of Climate Resilience, the Environment, and Renewable Energy. That is the Solar for All project, and they'll be coming to Carriacou to launch that project at the end of the month. There'll be registration forms available, and as soon as the registration forms are available, we'll inform the public so persons can fill in. The target is mainly low-income households, Kim, because we want to ensure that, with how things are going as well in the world, we want to ensure that all families have access to energy, because it is important for them to do their daily work and to live their daily lives. So the Ministry of Climate Resilience will be launching that project, Solar for All, very, very soon on Carriacou. Stay tuned for the information as we chart that journey. Also, the Division of Social Development, they will be having counseling sessions. So we're asking the public as well if you're interested in getting some counseling. They have counseling sessions carried for April 16th to the 17th. So you can also go online on the ministry's page to make an appointment. There is a Google form that you have to fill in, or you can go call the office on 420-2817 to book your free private counseling service. So that's from the Division of Social Development. From the Division of Youth, they have an upcoming leadership training, and that will be conducted by Mrs. Joan Pottle, and that will be done from the 16th and 17th of April. It will be held at the Ariza Conference Room from 9 a.m. So any person that is interested in participating in the leadership workshop hosted by the Division of Youth, kindly call them on 443-6026 and extension 63310. Kim, the government continues through the Grenada Development Bank to give support to our business community on Carriacou and Pitimatnik through the Burial Reactivation Fund. So that is still ongoing as part of the government support for post-hurricane burial. If you've been following the Grenada Development Bank's page, Facebook and other social media pages, you'll realize that there have been some testimonials from different businesses on Carriacou and Pitimatnik that have been getting support. So that is not closed. The persons can continue to reach out to the Grenada Development Bank's representatives on Carriacou. They are based at the Carriacou Multipurpose Center. Also, we continue to do our Build Back Better initiative on Carriacou and Pitimatnik. And over the weekend, we had another shipment of materials to Pitimatnik. I know people have been concerned about what is happening on Pitimatnik. We have not forgotten Pitimatnik. So we continue to bulk buy materials and send over to Pitimatnik. And Build Back Better project is happening on Pitimatnik, just as it is happening on Carriacou. Another area in terms of infrastructure is the Windward Jetty. We want to say that we had another shipment, the arrival of slabs and other materials for the Windward Jetty project. So that project is also ongoing. In terms of the bus terminal in town, Kim, we are doing our final design, the final touches to ensure that project, and as Minister Kevin Andrew noted, is that we're looking at a July start date for the new bus terminal area in Hillsborough, so persons can be more comfortable when they take the buses to and from Hillsborough. So Kim, basically, that's all I would like to inform the public on. We have the road projects ongoing. As I said before, we're doing the Mount Desire Road, we're doing the Bogus Road expansion and drainage project. We're also doing some work in Grand Bay as well. So all in all, we continue to do what we have to do at the Ministry of Carriacou and Pitimatnik Affairs. We call again for the support of the public, whether you're based in Carriacou, Pitimatnik, or Grenada, regionally or internationally. We need your support to do what we have to do to continue the rebuilding of Carriacou and Pitimatnik.
You mentioned though that about the Solar for All project, could you say a little bit more on that, so people have a better understanding of what might be forthcoming?
Okay, the Solar for All project, as I stated, it is a flagship program of the Ministry of Climate Resilience, the Environment and Renewable Energy. It is part of government's commitment towards energy independence, and it is targeting specifically low-income households, single parents, persons living with disabilities, and even some of our farmers. So persons will be given solar panels, but not just, they'll be setting up the solar panels with the PV system and everything for the persons who fit into the criteria. And that criteria will be given by the Ministry of Climate Resilience because it is their program. So to get some more insight, I would ask the Director of Energy, Leslie Smith, who is the one leading that project, to maybe come on the program to give some more information. And then we are waiting the application forms from them, and then we'll be able to say to the residents of Carriacou and Pitimatnik that they can make application to be part of the Solar for All project. It is basically an energy project for Carriacou and Pitimatnik. They've started out in Grenada, but you'll be launching Carriacou at the end of this month.
Okay, great. Yeah. So once you come to Carriacou, then we're going to get more information, application forms.
Definitely,
might be
because
eligible.
they'll do a ceremony so persons can be aware and more information can be given. And Kim, Also, we should note that the work at the Linguistic solar plant continues. We have the French firm Smart Energy on the ground now, but it's important to note that they are using local labor. So it's not just that the firm came in because, it's a sponsored project by the United Emirates, Arab Emirates country that over there. So we have the French firm here and we utilizing local labor to do the reinstallation of the solar field at Limne. So that's a major project for Carriacou because, just before Hurricane Beryl, it was in the commissioning stage. We did not do the official commissioning. So because of the damage done by Hurricane Beryl, a new solar plant is being installed at the Limne site.
Right. Okay. And you mentioned earlier on too, that the work in the Windward Jetty is progressing nicely because the slabs have just arrived and the work is ongoing at this time. But also the minister had mentioned, that some work is being undertaken on the Hillsborough Jetty. Are you in a position to maybe make any comments on that? What is transpiring?
From what I know, that project is being done through the Grenada Ports Authority. So they had a team from Smith, Wana, Jamaica, that was on site to look at all what has to be done to do the feasibility study, and they'll be taking care of that project. And from speaking to Mr. Dexter Legard, who is the port supervisor for Carriacou and Petit Martinique, they will also be doing some work at the main port in Tyrrell Bay. So come next month, persons will see some barricades being put up. So they have to exercise some caution when they go to the Tyrrell Bay port in the next month or so. So they're also not just looking at Hillsborough Jetty, they're also looking at doing some rehabilitation work at the main port in Havilville.
Okay. So things are in the making. All right. Great.
A lot of projects are really making him, and we're not just. The thing is, persons have to understand that projects, you don't just see action one time. There are a lot of work that has to take place behind the scenes before you can see physical work on site. You have to do your drawings, you have to go to physical planning to get approval, you have to do sometimes your environmental impact assessment before you can actually start the work. So we're not just sitting here and just announcing projects. We're actually starting the planning stages, for a lot of the work that is to come. But we have some physical work taking place, like the road project, the Build Back Better project, and so forth.
Okay, great. Well, I'm glad that you stepped in this morning again, because people sometimes looking for to get updates as to exactly what the situation is in Carriacou. As I've been
and I'm always happy to give the information to the public as to what is happening in the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit Martinique Affairs and local government.
Right. Okay. And just to remind you one more time that the platform is always open to you. So whenever you have any information you want to share with us, one phone call. That's all.
Definitely.
Okay. The PRO.
Yes, Tim, and thank you again for that opportunity.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay. Right.
Yes. Could we have an update on Project 500 vis-a-vis Carriacou and Petit Martinique?
No, I don't have any information on that. So she's gone already anyway. So maybe next time I might ask her if. But I remember, as you just mentioned, that the Project 500 is not yet on to Carriacou because it's still in its embryonic stage in Grenada, and they have to get it together first before they move to the sister isle. Okay,
well,
so it's going to take a little while.
Well, let's wait to hear from her.
That definitely. Okay. Now, next, I have in front of me, and those of you on Facebook and YouTube going to see our youth parliamentarian for Carriacou and Petit Martinique is in the house this morning. Casey Boswin, good morning to you. How are you doing?
Good morning, Mr. Mills.
How are you doing?
Good
All
morning,
right?
Mr. Luther and Mr. Coy, and to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, and by extension, the diaspora, wherever you are listening, good morning.
First of all, before it's giving us information, how does it feel to be representing the youths, especially in Carriacou and Petit Martinique as a parliamentarian? How does it feel?
It is an extreme honor, I must say. Sometimes when you look back on it, you see so much time has passed by, even though I've only It's only 6 months since I've been inaugurated into Parliament, but we have been working, and it is a pleasure, as always, working on behalf of the young people. So I must say thank you again for the opportunity to be here to provide a bit of updates and so forth.
All right, so you got an update. So let's begin with the update. Tell us what's upcoming.
Yes.
Inside the update.
So I'll start by giving some highlights of some of the key initiatives that has taken into effect over the past few months. Because it's been a while since I've been on the program, and you need to give updates to our people and let them know what's happening as regards to our young people in Carriacou and PT Martinique. So we have had Youth Plus Senior Bonding Day, and we had that last year in October. And that day we were able to bridge the generational gaps, because I remember Mr. Coy did speak about, how can we forge and bridge the generational gaps between the elders and the young people. So we were able to go to the senior citizen home, and we were able to pamper them. We spent the day providing services such as barbering, the combing of the hair, pedicure services, and we even provided some entertainment. So we were dancing with the elderly, and it brought a life and joy to them, seeing the smiles on their faces as we were there, not just doing acts of service. It committed ourselves to humility, and we went down and we did what we had to do, and not just one day event, but making it a continuous part of ourselves, because we need to care for them. They are an integral part of our society. So even in this part, I'll admonish the people who are listening that we need to care for our elderly, support them, because they have forged a way for us. So we need to take that responsibility and work hand in hand, not against, but work together with them so we can make our future better. That's just one thing. Another initiative we have done is visiting the schools. We were able to visit the Leicester, that's the Lady of the Rosary, Mount Pleasant, and the Dover School, providing study tips and even teaching our younger ones to be kind. Sometimes based on how we associate within our environment, and we are conditioned at times that we often say things that we don't mean. And we need to teach our younger ones how to be kind to your friends, how to share. And these things start at a young age. So we were able to do so within the different schools. Another initiative we have done with the Hillsborough Secondary School, we did an empowerment day. So we went to the school. We held a session with the Form 1s and 2 female students and provided 47 care packages to the female students. And that session, we were able to provide guidance and even showing the support that when we stick together and support each other, we can do great things together. So it's all about the empowerment of the young people and showing support where needed. In addition, we were able to launch the Prep for Success initiative that I spoke about. We were in the planning phase, and we went to the procurement of the essential supplies for the different schools. We extended the program to the 6 primary schools within Carriacou and PT Martinique. There's 5 in Carriacou and there's 1 in PT Martinique. So we're able to supply all the primary schools with essential supplies. Even we went as far as providing water. It's a critical resource, much needed now. And this was supported through members of our community. We got the support, the sponsorship to make that possible, because without the members of the community, we cannot do it by ourselves. So we were extremely grateful for the support of the various community members. You know who you are. So I would not call names. When we start calling names, it often brings problem. You will miss out a name or two. So I would extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who supported the Prep for Success initiative. that we were able to launch over a 3-day course, and it brought a lot of comfort and life to the school. And not only that, we pledge our commitment that whether it's in motivational or different aspect that we can help and give that encouragement to the students. It doesn't always have to be something tangible. It could be intangible as well. And we can provide that support for them, because not all the time we'll have the financial means to support in that way, but you can support in other measures as well. And that's the essential part of it. So I say thank you again for in that regard. Now, another thing we have done is the Youth on the Block. We held 2 so far in collaborations with the Youth Division of Carriacou and PT Martinique. We held one in the Mangrove and in Mount Pleasant. That's it on February 13th, and that was on March. You know, those 2 Youth on the Block initiative that we held thus far, we were able to bring the resources to the young people within the different villages. And we're not sticking to those villages only, the Mangrove and the Mount Royal. We are extending it to all the different villages. So as time goes by, we'll be popping in to the different villages and provide different resources, interact with the young people, because that's the ultimate goal in terms of understanding their needs, meeting them where they are, and at the same time create that safe space that you can connect with one another. In addition, we have also supported the Dover School and the breakfast program. You know, breakfast is one of the most important meals of the day, and we were able to support that aspect for the school to reach the young people who cannot afford to eat a good meal in the morning, so they can be energized and ready for the day. Now, lastly, upcoming event for April the 18th, that's next Saturday, God's willing. We're going to have a Youth Connect. And as the name suggests, we're connecting the youths with one another. So we're bringing all the young people within one space at the Botanical Garden. That would be at 12:30 p.m. We're going to forge connections and create a picnic-style event. So it will be an informal session where you'll be able to listen to motivational speakers. We have fun by playing some games and interacting with one another. And we're going to have a painting session along with the yoga. So I'll admonish the young people who are planning to come out for that event, dress comfortable so you can participate in the different events. And of course, there will be food available and drinks so you can be refreshed while enjoying the different activities. So it's all about the young people. We're supporting them, providing different means, because sometimes they may say, well, there is not much activities that they can attend for the young people. So we are creating that type of activity for them, that initiative, so that it can be supported throughout. And I must thank the sponsors who are on board thus far. There are a lot of sponsors. So as time goes by, I'll be able to outline more, but this is me encouraging the young people and encouraging the older ones. Get your teenagers and the older ones to come out, because this is for them. The older set in terms of the young people. This is for them to be inspired, to charge away their objectives, their goals, different plans that they may have that can help them gain insight into the perspectives in life. So that's it in a nutshell of what we're aiming to do on the 18th of April at 12:30 p.m. at the Botanical Gardens.
Yes.
I admire the initiative and the effort you put into it. But may I make a suggestion? The next time you go to schools, rather than just having female, have a mixed male and female, so that they learn to interact together and understand each other's values.
Oh, we have been doing that. I just highlighted a few of the main initiatives, because that one was a special initiative for the young ladies. It's an empowerment session. And because we were doing care packages were needed essential for what young females would use. We had to make that a all-female session for the young ladies. But in the future, we would have more initiatives where we would integrate both the female and the male students to be able to help them, as you said, understand the different values and help them appreciate each other.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
But tell me, what has been the response with the youths, in participating in these initiatives? Have they been, excited about it? Or
Yes, I must say, in terms of their responsiveness, they are willing and able to come out to the different initiatives, come out to the activities. The only challenge we have been having so far is in terms of responsibility. A lot of people shy away from the responsibility part of it, but in terms of turnout and so forth, they are eager and ready for the events, and they like the initiatives. The only thing in terms of working more and organizing more initiative, because we have upcoming as well some cleanups and more youth on the block as well. So we're trying to integrate the different phases in going through throughout the year and getting them on board in terms of the planning part of it. Because you want them involved in the planning part, not just, turning up, you show your face and you participate. The participation is good, but you also need to be involved in planning and organizing the events. So you get a meaningful contribution, and that could be experience for you, something to consider.
Yeah, if one is integrally involved in a particular program, okay, it is less likely to fail than if they are not involved, because you have a stake in it.
And if I were to ask you, you'd mentioned about the support from the community. Yeah? I mean, how has that been? Are you satisfied, or are you looking for much more?
Looking for much more. So far, I must say the community has been extremely supportive in whether it's, as we always say, in cash or kind. They would give their financial contribution to support in whatever way they can. And they would also give a word of encouragement. They would give ideas. So even the ones who doesn't fall within the youth category, they would give a lot of advice in terms of how we can go forward, what programs we can tailor, and we take a page from their book and know how to integrate it within the system, because you need to balance it. Not only take your ideas, because we don't know it all, we don't know it all. So we need to take that and merge them together and be able to plan and strategize effectively for the young people. And I'll say thank you again to the community for continuously supporting, because it's not always easy, going out there and planning initiatives and so forth. But when you get the support of the community, I must even say, in the Mount Royal Big Road, when we went and did the Youth on the Block, the turnout, even from the older, the senior ones, was extremely great, Not just the young people that were participating, the older ones came out and supported. We even, when the police came and he spoke to the young people in terms of, staying on the right track and different, giving them positive messages and so forth. They were eager, they were listening, everybody was engaging with one another, and we still had fun within the process. So even though you're giving a positive message and you hope they would take something from it, you still have to have a little fun within the mix, because that's how you forge connections as well.
Yeah, I think a great way of forging connections is going to people and asking them, what do you want? What do you need? How can I improve my life? Okay. And from that input, you can together forge a solution rather than assuming that this is what you want.
Well, as you mentioned, though, that the turnout, from the older folks, which is critical,
Of course, it's always critical, because
and it was very good. So that means, that there's this gap that's been bridged together, so they will be able to get some assistance and advice, in going forward.
Well, I'm thinking about the younger folks that they must have some input in it.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, well,
They must be able to tell you.
Mr.
I understand what you're saying.
When we plan these initiatives, we don't just plan them without getting the input of our young people. We don't plan in isolation. It goes hand in hand.
All right.
So we would speak to them and get their input and tailor programs to suit their needs.
Okay. All right. This is what I'm saying, because
So we do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Because the principal needs must come from the people who you're serving, not. Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
In regards to just want to ask a opinion here. You have been engaging the senior citizens, and you went to them in the home, and you've come to here and do all that nice things and make them feel good for the day, blah 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 blah. What are some of the things? Well, you mentioned what are some of the things that the seniors took away? They were happy and so on. But what are some of the things that you and your group took away from that experience of intermingling with, supporting, encouraging, and the other things that you said that you in regards to the seniors engagement?
Well, for one, and as I mentioned before, we felt an extreme pleasure and we were satisfied. And at the end of the day, when we looked back and we reflected, we took away a message of hope and continuity. So when I said to you, it wasn't just a one day, as you said, we did it for the day. It wasn't just a one day initiative. We were able to take back the life of service that they have committed. Because yes, they have given services because there were different people from the different cultures that were there. Con Leonie, she's in the home and she was a big drum dancer. We learned that from her. She was able to tell us in the past what she has done and the different aspects. So we learned stories from them and what they did in their past. So we were able to take something that, look, these people have contributed to our heritage. They have contributed to our culture. And they need to be recognized. Not only one day you show up and you do something, but it's something to continue and provide us support. That's why I would always say, even our shut-ins who are at home, we need to, visit them regularly. See how we can assist them at their homes and so forth, because they need to see our presence and to feel that what they have done throughout their life was meaningful because we are giving back to them.
You said you felt some sort of pleasure and satisfaction from going up there. I'm sure you did. But the critical point is that did they feel the same pleasure and satisfaction?
Because they expressed such, and they were happy that we were there.
Okay. How in all your programs, how do you measure success of your programs? What one method? You have these programs going on, and they seem to be successful. But what method do you assess the success of your program?
So we rely on feedback. One of the most important tools in terms of the responsiveness from the participants who were a part of the program.
Okay.
So that's one.
I mean, I'm not trying to be tough on you, but these are things that you must.
I understand what you're getting at, but we assess it in terms of feedback. I always tend to do even evaluations at the end of every initiative that we host, because you have to do a postmortem. We call it sometimes a postmortem of the initiative, and based on the responsiveness of the individuals, just as how the example with the home, come again. And the feedback from the elderly, they didn't want us to leave that day. They didn't want us to leave and say, are you sure are they coming back? Are you sure are they going to come back? And then when you come back, they remember you. They're happy. They hug you. The joy on their faces. It's not only about us committing those acts, And sometimes I would tend not to, even the different initiatives I would do, I would tend not to broadcast it because it's not for any self-gratification at the end of the day. It's for us to commit acts of service and to do what we can. But some people, we tend to have to, in terms of to let the public know what we're doing, so they'll feel involved within the process because you want their involvement as well. So you publicize certain things because you want them to know what's happening, and so they can get involved as well.
The community gets involved.
Exactly. You increase participation.
I've been to the home myself and interacted with people for about an hour. And you can see the joy and pleasure on their faces because they sometimes feel so isolated. Okay. You put them aside, old people, put them aside.
All right.
But
so
we must remember that we're getting old.
We're getting ready to wrap up there because I know time is limited.
Yes.
So, Ms. Boswin, your final words, especially as it pertains to Saturday the 18th, which you're trying to promote that Youth Connect. That's what it is?
Yes, of course. So Youth Connect, remember, to our young people, it's on Saturday, the 18th of April. That's next Saturday at 12:30 p.m. at the Botanical Gardens. It's a picnic-style event where we bring and forge connections with one another, motivational speakers, painting, yoga. So you need to dress comfortable and come out. If you have extra blankets, you can come with that as well because we're going to have a relaxed environment. We'll be sitting on picnic mats and we're going to listen, be educated, inspired to achieve our goals, achieve our aspirations in life. So come out on Saturday, the 18th of April at 12:30 p.m. at the Botanical Gardens. And thank you very much for your continued support. Thank you, Mr. Mills. Thank you, Mr. Luther and Mr. Coy, for having me here today. I appreciate it.
And we want to wish you success, and whenever you want to get in touch again and you want to get a message out there, feel free to get back to us, okay?
Yes. Thank you so very much.
All
you
right.
do have a lovely day. And thank you to our listeners. Have a lovely day.
All right. Thank you so much again. And for those of you just joining us, that was Youth Parliamentarian for Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Ms. Casey Boswin, who just gave us an update on what's been happening as she going through the different communities and what's going to happen in another week or so. Okay, let's continue. We have a lot of calls backed up on us, so let's try to take the first one. Landline coming. Landline. Hello, landline. Caller?
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, yes.
Tim,
Yes, go ahead, yes.
I want to publicly congratulate this young lady. I'm very, 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 very impressed.
Yeah, you're kind of low. Yeah, let's say a little bit more volume. Yes.
Yes, I'm very much impressed with what she has delivered there. I want to encourage her to continue that engagement, involvement with the young people, whether she's in the position or not. I think sometimes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think sometimes those young people, some of them, I see her as a leader.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you listen to her, I see her as a leader, and I want to encourage her to continue on this path because we need a lot more young people like ourselves. We need a lot more young people like ourselves taking those initiatives, engaging the young people. I'm happy that and I don't want to put politics into this thing because earlier on, a gentleman called and we was having a nice discussion. People was listening about that thing with Africa and our involvement with Saraka and all of those things.
Mm.
And then an element of politics coming and to me just change the whole discourse of things. Sometimes we must learn to, sometimes politics, we shouldn't continue in the politics.
Yeah.
Not everyday thing.
Right.
Sometimes we have to discuss other things
right.
to complement what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to make that point. I have to make that point.
Yeah.
youth initiative where they are now giving the response and giving money to perform certain things in the community that they may see that is needed to be done. I think this administration too have to be complemented in terms of giving them that sort of leeway to identify whatever project and getting involved. But I am very, very impressed by this young lady. Trust me. She makes me feel good with how she delivered there and the things that they are involved in. That's good. One of the things that I might want to encourage her to undertake with the young people. And Kim, that is a problem that we have, not just in Grenada, I think worldwide. Critical thinking. How do we get our people to critically analyze and start thinking? You just show something and people just run with it.
Yeah.
You're just running like mongoose. They pick it up and they gone with it. Not even analyzing and wondering what it is. So I think that aspect of critical thinking, like when people share something, when you hear something, you sit down and you analyze, you ask questions, you just take it and run with it.
Yep.
And I think that is some session that you could have with the young people as well in terms of bringing them up to a certain space where they should be in life.
Yeah.
But hats up to the young lady. I don't even remember her name, but hats up to her. I'm very, very, very much impressed. Continue doing what you're doing.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dave, for your contribution there. Let me take another call there. What's up, caller? Caller, you've been on there for a while. Sorry about that. Caller, thank you for waiting. You next. Caller? Hello? Caller, yes, you're on. Yes, go right ahead, yes.
Okay, Kim.
Yes, go ahead.
I was just wanting to highlight that in the language stuff that you've been talking about, that the native Indians, they use smoke to communicate.
Mm-hmm.
That's my contribution.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, they do.
Oh, that's, yeah.
But of course, I mean, think about it. If you want to know what's happening in the bushes up there on the mountain, yeah, and you want to send us signal, they don't know where you are. Light a smoke, burn some bush, the smoke will rise, and they will see. That's communication.
Yeah.
While you're making Mountain Dew.
No.
Yes.
But as we spoke earlier on, as it pertains to language,
Yeah.
This is communicating.
Yes.
Is the key.
Yes.
Once you're able to communicate, it makes a difference. You're able to know what the needs are, what the wants are, whatever is happening. Through.
But we have to. I think as we go on, we should really try to explore some extra means of communication with each other. Physically, yes, and of course, the drum we were saying earlier on is one of the ways in which they used to communicate. And somebody just call and say no, yes. Smoke is another one.
Facial expressions.
Yeah, but I guess in this case, the difference is that it's not close to you. You can see somebody's facial expression close to you, but this is something that distant.
With modern technology, you could be in Russia, or you could be in China, or you could be anywhere else, and on the screen in front of you could understand what the facial expression. As a matter of fact, with the war going on now and the various people commenting on it, you can look at the facial expression and kind of have an idea on which side they're on.
Yeah, you can just by somebody's how they look and how they position their face. You can know if they're vexed with you or if they want to see you around or whatever. That's communication as well. That's a language, a facial language. Yes. But yeah, we have many ways in which we can.
For example, when you take young children, some of them they can't talk, but they can express to you very vividly how they feel by stamping their feet. You see that little baby, they can't tell you anything, but they're just stamping. You know there is something wrong, and they're not pleased.
Leave me alone. Can I say it in words?
All right. Let me keep the lines open at 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914, 458-1914. You want to call and have a discussion with us, anything that's happening in your community, whatever your opinions are, this is the line for you to do so, okay? And the lines are open now again, so you can call it if you so wish to go so.
I want to.
Yes.
I know
Yes, go ahead.
we have to. We have people in the backup, but I want to make this point. I am so very glad and very happy to hear one man meant. We haven't heard him for a little while.
Mr. Marshall.
Oh,
Mr. Marshall was on this morning. Yes,
Yes,
and
he gave us some good insights.
yes, yes.
So I want to take this time to say good morning to Mr. Marshall, and we missed you for you've not been on around for a little while.
But he listens.
But yes, he listens.
Yes,
he listens. So kudos to you, Mr. Marshall, and don't make it become a one-man program. Call and participate
Every time, because you remember there was a caller who said that he was always in touch with him and he was okay because we were concerned about how he's doing, and the caller said that he was going to pass a message along there too. And he said, but he's always locking it down, to the shows, and he has his opinions, and we appreciate that as well. I remember last season, if you call it the last season, that he was very much involved. And his opinions and some of the predictions that he made too. They came through. So,
there's the caller earlier on who displayed some amount of displeasure because he said some politics was drawn into discussion. But there's nothing wrong with that, because as you see here, people looked at it and may have discarded the ideas and continued without the politics, so that my point is free speech. People must be able to speak and speak freely, even if we don't agree with it. So what we saw there is that there was just a general disagreement, and it went away.
Okay, let me take a call. Vibes FM, what's up, caller? Come in. Caller, you next.
Yeah. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm not sure what time it is.
Afternoon.
First afternoon then.
Yeah.
Mr. Coy?
Yeah.
You okay?
Well, I'm trying to be.
You okay?
Yes.
You're trying?
Yes.
All right. I'm concerned. Where's Uncle Leo?
Uncle Leo is traveling right at the time.
Oh.
He's traveling.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Once he's good,
He's
good.
all right. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right. I'm hoping that Mr. Luther, you didn't bring Mr. Luther there to replace him.
No.
I'm just trying to be funny. And Mr. Luther, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Luther, sir.
I'm listening to you.
I am pleased. I'm pleased to see how you're behaving yourself today. Right? That is the kind of behavior we expect as younger folks from you older folks. All right? That being said, Mr. I just want to congratulate that young lady. I listened to her a few weeks ago in Parliament. And I tried getting on the Thursday after, and I couldn't get on. But what I know is the apple don't fall far from the tree. Right?
What do you mean by that?
And I don't think, don't let me expose you. So,
and mango tree don't.
Mr. Kim,
yeah,
don't let me expose you.
Well, we can
Mr.
see.
Coy, what you saying?
I was saying.
What were you saying?
I was saying mango tree don't be a plum.
Yeah, and we can see.
No, it is impossible. It is impossible. And we have a future representative for Carriacou coming up.
Yes,
the training has begun. Yes. Well, I know she get it from home. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't say, if you call name, I go whistle.
Well, I ain't calling him. I ain't calling him.
You're calling names.
No,
You're smart. You're smart. You're very smart. Don't call names because you might bite off a little more than you could.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Again, I'm very, very proud of her and the direction which she has taken. What I observed, is that, long ago, grandparents used to help to rear children. Help to rear the grandchildren, and they had an appreciation for what being, quote unquote, being old is all about. Now, what you see happening is you put your parents in a nursing home, or you get somebody to look after them while you go out to work, and this kind of thing. So the younger folks don't have an appreciation. They're not seeing, as a matter of fact, that the grandmother is aging. They could remember when the hair was black and now the hair white. She used to be so active, and they kind of get an understanding of what it is to be getting older. now what we find, the young people think they'll never get old. You know, as soon as you look a certain way, they don't question. You look to see maybe if you're sick but they just think you're old and you need to stay in a corner. You know, so I like the initiative that Casey has brought forward. Take the younger people into the nursing home, into the villages, into the homes of these older people, and sit with them. And you would be surprised to know how much you can learn just by talking to them. You know, it helps to make you a better person because you have a rear view mirror and you have a front view mirror. Oh, they were this, and now they're here, and we're looking towards the future. You could kind of see through their eyes what you are going to become. You know, I appreciate her for that, and I wish that those on the mainland, you know, could take a little bit of a hint and try to do some things. I know these days that we're very busy, you know, busy sometimes doing nothing. And instead of sitting down home with the phone or in front of the computer or, you know, mixing with your peers, it might be a good idea just to reach out to one person in your village. Yeah, one person that you know, because we know people are getting older, and you might have a neighbor or your friend have a grandmother that you could just go and sit just to talk. And these people have so much knowledge that it can impart if we as younger folks take the opportunity to listen and learn. Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Coy.
Yes.
And I know Uncle Leo listening. I know Uncle Leo listening.
Yeah, okay.
I don't want to get in. I don't want to get into the politics too much, but I might come back because there's something on my mind that I need to get off as far as that bill.
And this is the platform to do so. You know that.
Yes, but I don't want to take up too much time because I know calls are backing up. So maybe in the next few minutes I'll try to see if I could get on again.
All right.
Again, Mr. Kim.
Yes.
Congratulations for the hand that you played in molding. All right.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Paul, I agree with you that there's much to be learned by older folks. Also in politics.
Yeah, no, all around, and this is one of the things. I'm glad
we tend to discard people in politics. Oh, you're too old to govern. But I think her advice was a good one, and if we listen to it, all and sundry would put together and say to yourself, well, age is not a barrier.
No, it is not a barrier, but there's something called. There's a time when you should get off the bus and let somebody else get on there. Give them a seat.
Well, I give the older people a seat.
They should know. You should know as the older person.
Yes.
When it's time to give the seat up.
Was it time for you to give me the seat?
Yeah, because generally, like you would find sometimes, talking about politics, and if you take like Mugabe, for instance, I mean, who was there? What age he didn't want to get out? 90 something, and he still wanted to be running the country. I mean, he didn't know when to get off the bus.
Well, I guess he knew, but he knew his time. But it's just that it's passing it on. I mean, people speak about.
But if you're passing it on, there's a time to go. There's a time again when you have to hand the baton.
Yeah.
There's a zone for that. You can't do it before. You can do it after. You have to do it within a certain time when you're able to do it. You understand?
Well,
there's a zone there where they give you maybe a 10 or 15 yards grace zone. It's where you must do it while you still have something in you. Other than that, if you go past that, you might fall along and you never be able to hand the baton.
Well, I always say the people will decide when you ought to go. Sometimes you're very young and they say, out you go.
But it's also common sense that not only the people to decide that, because you're the one, you're in the kitchen, you're feeling the heat.
You should know.
You should be able to say, well, listen, I think I've had enough. Yes, okay. And I think my objective in life, I've been able to contribute towards this.
So it's time for me to step aside.
I mean, and I think people's mind could be so much more relaxed when you make a choice that, listen, I have done enough, I've given me enough. Now is my time to focus on something else or take another seat and so on.
Yes, you say you're feeling the heat. Where does the heat come from? That's the important.
No, I say
from whom does the heat come?
Not from whom. is where you asked me to do from. I said those who in the kitchen. So the kitchen is hot, obviously. And I'm saying, so yeah, you have to know when to get out, close the door and come out.
Who gets the point is who gets the kitchen hot? The kitchen does not get hot all of itself. Oh, okay.
Okay, 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914, 458-1914. Something that happened just over the Easter holidays, and I felt good about it, when I saw the Carriacou games taking place in Grenada.
Yeah.
And it was really a nice showcase. And what made me even more excited about it and feeling good about it is that we're able to host those games, and the setting and everything went down nicely, which is good for Grenada. It seems as though like we are able to accommodate such events, and in the future we're going to have much more of them. Taking place in the country.
And in the future, talking about the future, we should have one in Carriacou here too. We should be able to host major regional tournaments and activities. I mean, of course, it can't happen yet. I mean, we what I'm saying, we should work towards having those things.
To that,
yeah.
Vibes FM, caller.
Yes, Kim.
Yes, go ahead.
I call back again because there seems to be a lull.
Yes.
So I want to make a couple of points.
Go right ahead. Yes.
Your guest that is there, Mr. I can't remember his name, but it's a new gentleman.
Oh, Luther.
Yeah,
Luther, yeah.
When I call and talk about the gentleman interjection in the raw politics, when we was having a nice discussion, it had nothing to do with I trying to interfere with a man's freedom of speech and expression. But as you as an old person would appreciate, there's a time and place for everything. And if you are having a discussion around the table about certain affairs with your family, and someone just coming and butting and talking about things that is totally unrelated and has no relation to what you all was talking about, something important, you would feel the same way that I feel and others are feeling. That there are time and place for everything. Yes? That has nothing to do with taking away someone's right to freedom of expression or whatever. That has nothing to do with that. I think we should put things into context. So I thought I'd say that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Colin.
Politics is basically in my blood. It is my blood. My mother said to me that my father went to a political meeting one evening, Sunday evening, with Gary. And when he came back, I was on the bed. So it is not by chance that I am so political, but I think I choose when to raise it. Yes? So I thought I'd say that. I was listening to this lady, this member of parliament, Kate Lewis. And it is so unfortunate, Kim. And maybe you have experienced that yourself. Because the opposition, before I go into that, could I say something, Kim?
Yeah, go ahead.
That discussion that we have had this morning regarding the Saraka and the origin and all of those things. As a radio person, it emanates from your station, yes?
Yeah.
So I don't think, that is essentially one of the points I wanted to make. I don't think that this discussion should fall and die. Somebody or some entity should take the mandate. Because you see, we have a lot of talk show in Grenada. People all the time, yes? But what do we do with information that we gather from those discussions? I think the time has reached when, and that discussion in particular, this morning on your station, one individual started it. And you see the waves that came, almost tsunami style waves, in relation to the discussion. What do that die just like that? Does it remain there and then the next year another set of discussion comes up again?
Yeah.
I don't think so. What system, what sort of structure you can put in place for your radio station, maybe others can follow, that when important discussions of those nature come in, that someone or a group could be identified, that, you could put some things in place and come up with some common conclusion as to why and all of those things. I think it will serve us as a people better than we just having all of those talk shows, and at the end of the day, nothing comes out of it. I don't think it makes sense all of it.
Mhm.
I mean, that's my view, eh?
Yeah.
But I think if you can identify person, say Mr. Marshall, I mean, he may be retired now, but he has a lot of knowledge. Couldn't we assign him to do some research for us?
Yes.
The lady who speaks so eloquently on this thing, maybe we could identify her as being someone that could be able to do some research for us, and at the end of the day, we have some conclusive information as to why we call it in Saraka, where it originated, whether it is from Africa or whether it's in Grenada. And I think these things will help to build us as a people. That's my thing on it.
Yeah.
But going back to the other point that I was making,
Right.
Kim, I am seriously fed up with the opposition, because the opposition I see as in any country a government in waiting. Yes? Because if the opposition, whether it's fragmented, whether it's as a whole, win that election, they form the government. And what I see happening in Grenada is that they criticize everything. Everything. They are members of parliament. They are sitting in parliament. And Kate Lewis in particular, I heard her last Tuesday. And the comments that she was making is that, and giving the impression in a sarcastic way, that the government is doing nothing now. And I don't know what the government is doing. And the government is established. And you are representing a constituency in Grenada in parliament. Yes? What are you saying to these people? Because if you have concern about a particular project in your constituency that you feel so highly about, so in depth about you, because you say you have a passion for the project, that is the Simone cultural establishment there.
Yeah.
Where is the question asked in the parliament or to the individual ministers responsible for those projects, so that you can get answers to give to your people, instead of sarcastically coming on the radio and giving the impression that the government is doing nothing? And you pass and you see this little thing happening there, you don't know what is that. You have a role as the member of parliament for the area. You're representing people, and it may not necessarily be the people from your constituency that will be informed. But you sit there and you come on the radio and say, all kind of thing, giving the impression that the government is doing nothing. And you sit in parliament where you can ask relevant and pertinent questions that the answers can come and your constituency is aware. So I want to conclude that these things what they are doing is deliberate. It is deliberate. They are just misleading people. They don't want people to actually know the truth. Because if they were interested in finding out the truth, they would seek the relevant information from the relevant people. Kim, I honestly believe that we need to raise the standard of our politics in Grenada.
Yep.
And it is high time that we, the people, hold our MPs accountable for the misrepresentations. And I mean across the border.
Yep.
I am not talking here about the opposition alone. I'm talking about from the Prime Minister go right down, from top to bottom. We have to hold them responsible. But at the same time, in trying to get to that responsibility, in attaining that, we should not go out there and sarcastically do those things just because you want to get into power. It is very unfortunate. And I hope, I mean, even before I finish my contribution, asking her and making the comment, she disappeared. So I hope maybe someone will tell her what I'm saying now. They need to ask questions. There's a lot of, this country was left in a lot of mess. It was disorganized, fractured at every level. There was not people functioning properly in the ministries. Yes? Because the former prime minister and party that was in office wanted the system in such a way that they can do their own thing. I mean, Mark Isaac was buried a couple weeks ago, and I clearly remember Mark Isaac was just left to sit on a desk and a chair in the ministry doing nothing but getting his salary because he was not in tangent with certain things that was happening. That and some of the public officers, not politicians now, some of the public officers was put in a similar situation.
Well, I know that happened right here in Carriacou. A living example.
I know. And that is why, Mr. Kim, I am somewhat disappointed in the candidate for the NMP in Carriacou. Because I think he has vast knowledge of the modus operandi of those people, and having to go in the same camp with them and laughing and projecting himself, that is the disappointment that I have in my friend, Mr. Nolan Cox. Because these are the things that affect the development of our country. These are the things when we let people do what they want and like what Keith Mitchell was doing. You had a fractured Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Infrastructure, all along education. Everything was just fractured. Because they wanted to handpick who they want, put wherever they want, and the thing will just go helter-skelter. So now that this administration is putting back the structure in place and to do whatever, because the politicians don't do the work, it's the public officers. The politicians are responsible for policy, but the execution of that policy is the public officers.
Yeah.
And if you don't put the proper structure in place, it would not happen. And that is why the Prime Minister has said, you cannot be doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And that is why a lot of the things that we are seeing happening now is happening. Kim, we need to do a lot more. Greater, I mean, trust me. One of the things that I have seen too, they're talking about unemployment and youth unemployment. Kim, there's a lot of young people who don't want to work. Are they part of the unemployment statistics?
They shouldn't be.
Thank you very much.
Not because
I
experienced
that they
that
cannot find work.
There's work.
They don't want to work.
Just don't want to work.
And so how do you put them as being unemployed? I mean, we have a situation in Grenada that is almost in a sick state, because a lot of young people just get up. Some of the parents have to do things for them. There are a lot of work out there. I mean, and I do hope that some of those young people reach out us. I mean, when they look at what is happening around the world, I don't know if it's just videos they look at, but if we look at current affairs, if we look at news, if we look at what is happening out there, that they can be able to learn and discern from some of the things that they are hearing and decide and say to themselves, no, we need to get up. And that is why I was so impressed with this young lady this morning. I don't know who she is, but trust me, this is a future leader for Grenada. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Jeff, for your contribution. And again, our telephone numbers 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. As the scholar was just saying, that we need to address these situations and make sure that our young people, get involved, because tomorrow is there, they're tomorrow's future.
Not tomorrow, okay.
But today, you could even say today, Vibes FM, Roland. Vibes FM. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me take the call. Go ahead. You were saying,
No, I was saying not tomorrow, today, because the foundation that we lay now really sets us up for the future. And of course, we need to be able to navigate through ups and downs. So I'm just saying, now is the time. Similar to lost the
yeah, okay, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, but we are right. Now is the time to get them involved. But what has happened though? Over the years, it seems as though that we had a population who just sit back and relax and didn't want to, do anything.
No.
The young people I'm talking about.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
Let me see.
Before, Luther, just hold a second, because I might have a problem with the phone here. So let me see if it's okay now. Vibes FM, caller?
Good morning.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning, Brother Cole.
Yes, go ahead.
Morning.
Yes, before I give my 2 cents, Kim, I realized you break a record with Death News, man.
Oh, yeah?
A man tell me, hey, bring on Death News. Well, I hear it too. The man tell me, go and cook. Go and wash. He sleep out the house.
He come back and
he go in the shop and buy something. And I think that person related to Brother Cole.
Who is that now?
Talk about Sylvia.
You talk
about okay. Yes.
Greater grand.
Greater.
The only person you can call on that news is yourself. In terms of very good friend and relationship, I never meet a that news long for a long time, boy.
Caller, how long was it? Half an hour?
Half an hour is good. The man tell me to prepare the pot alone. That was half an hour. The man tell me put on the pot and the pot cook.
And it's still going.
The pot come down and Kim calling the angel.
And I guess when I speak about and too numerous to mention. Still involved.
I think the person is about 94, 96 by.
Yeah, around there.
All right.
Somewhere
Okay.
in the 90s.
Okay, caller. All right.
Yes, Kim. I want to say something. When all they're talking about when NNP talking about youth unemployment, nobody done a right about it with them, you know. You could tell youth to go and work if they don't want to work.
Mm-hmm.
I from the carnage and I see situations already. We man tell you why go and work for. If I sell $35 joint for the day, I good.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean, Kim? I saw the same situation in some part of Carriacou that had the same problem. Some men just tell you straight, if you had to do something, they could get $200 a day. What are you going and fight up to work for $80 a day?
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
So what men don't be hold on now. Yes. What men you could tell men don't want to work? Well, Kim, they really have a thing. Yes, but I always saying Deacon is born with them, man, and time for people to stop talking about Cox. Remember, Cox had to think for his supply note. If he make this term there as a Senate, that means he good for his authority, right?
I guess so.
2 terms.
Yes, because that will be 2, but nobody really talking about Cox again. Cox and them really meaningful, you know. Them and radio don't listen. Radio don't listen get worse. But I say I didn't want to call, but I started to talk about that news. So
well, I tell you,
make a small thing.
one of the things you're talking about youth employment, right? But I was told over the weekend again about this 20-40-60 plan that's existing in Grenada, the 20-40-60, and once you're part of that, you know, that's all those youths need, you know, just sit down there and. You don't know about 20-40-60?
Yes. I know what. I know what.
I have no idea what.
Yeah.
What them trying to do is tease NNP in the city call election, but if you know NNP is smarter than the one thing,
No, yeah.
After when you hear them road fixing Carriacou and Grenada and Petit Martinique, let me say by November so, when all them things up, all them pipes around them, they fix all them roads and renew another station, another plan. Contractors from Trinidad will come up. There's a new contractor. I just forget what his name is.
Yeah.
When I mean starting nice up that road and sidewalk, so you think people are in NP study?
Boy, it's very impressive. Very. I saw some videos already, you know, and I'm so impressed. It reminds me of what I used to see back in the outer world, back in the States and other places like that develop here. Yeah, man.
But people start talking about my Northwest. Or by wrong side of the when they went done with them road of the cutting and going up to Granite Day from Vandom and all about going up, they mean in real problem now. Because they're talking about the hospital when I work start and he's starting to move from the hospital. I wonder what to go jump on it.
Well, they're jumping wherever they could find something to jump on. If there is, what if that jump in the wind, they jump in the wind too, you know.
Yes, it's the same thing. Every meeting happens the same thing. Sometimes you make no sense talking about them meeting and them.
No.
And they have to bring people, you know, but when we call for it, you know, Deacon does when we have it, but think about the next 2 or 3 months, just before Carnival, we go tell them at how with the incoming when the diaspora come in, I think we need a rally around that time day in Happy Hill.
Okay.
I think we need a rally. You know, when we call for it, you know, he does do it, eh?
Yeah.
So I think we need, when the thing come in, let us see the power, man. Let it go back and spread the news and in the diaspora and say, yes, we're ready for them, boy. For what I see, we're ready. So I think we need a rally.
Okay.
Caller, why in Happy Hill? And why not in Grenville? I'm just asking for your choice of
well, it's no
selection.
problem with two of them. I mean, if we have it in Grenville, we'll be sending a message, yes, to them up there.
Yeah.
But when we have it in Happy, we're sending it alone to the individual, but the whole of Grenada coming together. Even though they have it in Grenville, the whole of Grenada come. But I think we could go back this. For some reason,
Just
they
asking.
think the settings is good for a rally, you know.
Yeah.
It's right in the middle, eh?
Yeah.
You ever check that?
Okay.
Easy access to Guelph Victoria's Hotel.
And the
you
south.
could take the whole and go Grenville.
All right. Okay.
You understand?
I get
So
you.
let me listen
Okay.
to all they tell. So Leo, if you're listening, a pleasant good morning to you. And I wish you all the best. Kim say just flip out on him and he ain't let you know.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. Let me take another call. Caller, you on? Caller, come in.
Good morning and a happy Easter to all my Carriacou family and those in the mainland and in the diaspora. Easter, remember, is a season, it's not just a day. I want to extend condolences to my dear sister, ardent listener to this program from Grenada, whose daughter passed away a couple of weeks ago. She was employed at the Bank St. George's, Miss Carriacou. I know that you are strong and you will strong. Thanks for knowing that we are there supporting you and God is going to be your strength. To the Carriacou people, thank you for continuing our tradition, the Maroon Festival. I remember growing up, we used to have Carriacou in Grenada, and it was a way of the people who had, the little business people, those with the bakery and so, giving back to the community. The less fortunate children are the ones that used to go and eat on the leaves. We look forward to that. And in those days, you had what you would call like the flat dumpling and the boilers and the traditional dishes. And this was fun because, we socialized. It wasn't about the DJ music, but people meeting people and communities coming together. In those days, you had a lot of the farmers that used to bring their provision and make it what it is today. So to all the communities who continue to do it, keep up the good work. And keep hearing people talking about polarity in a negative way. But the people in the diaspora appreciate it so much, you wonder who is living in Grenada and who is living abroad. Because we had a town hall meeting in West Sahara prior to the launch. And people could have gone in and asked questions. Some of them refused, but everybody who is in the background wants to be on top, advising all of a sudden. So to our Prime Minister, I say, keep your head up. I know you have a mama task, and you're up to the task. God is going to be with you, and He's guiding you, and we are supporting you 100%. Thank you, everyone, and thank you. Continue to support, and remember to stay in touch with the people on the ground and boots on the ground. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much as well.
All right, 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. Luther, earlier on, I mentioned something about the 2040-60 plan, and you said you
I have no idea what that is.
Okay, let me give you a quick. Now, they have some people, who are sponsored by the opposition, and if you call on a program and you speak against the government once a week, it's $20. If you call and you speak twice, it's $40. And if you call and speak 3 or more times, it's $60.
Where did that come from?
2040-60.
Where did that come from?
What?
You mean the source?
Yes.
The source of that?
Yeah.
No, we know about it.
No. What we know, where did it come from? We know
it came
we know is not an answer.
No,
Where did it come from?
That's
Specifically where?
Miss Olan. That's all I'm going to tell you right now.
Well,
I'm not going to go further.
Because you don't know anything about it.
Thank you. Let's continue. Why the opposition don't like Project Polaris? Why they don't want it?
I think I've been listening and I'm trying to follow myself, but I am getting the impression that because of the potential of that project, potential in the sense of, I mean, to have a country, a state that has this high level and high quality of health care, it's something like, in my view, it seals their coffin, because healthcare is something that, I mean, a lot of people would rather, and providing the access to it in a way in which it has been done, I think it seals their fate. That's, of course, I'm talking about me. That understanding the dialogue, the back and forth, and so on and so forth. So I think having that in our midst, access to healthcare at this very high level, I think threatens their survival.
Yeah.
Because people are going to gravitate towards health. I'll say it again, people are going to gravitate towards health. Healthcare is a very, very important aspect of our lives. And I mean, not all the time we have been able to get it. Sometimes because we can get it, we suffer.
Well, we don't have it. You say sometimes we don't have it.
So we're trying to get it now. That's what we're trying to do.
I said sometimes, I mean, sometimes we don't have it. We don't have it. So telling me we don't have it now means the same thing I'm saying, right? So sometimes
we're not having it. No. Okay. We will not see Project Polaris coming in for the next 6 years.
Okay, all right. Listen. You don't know because you don't have the blueprint in your hand to come and say categorically that we would not see it. It is your opinion that
it is not my opinion. It is the opinion of experts and who look into the project and say it is not feasible.
So if
within the next 6 years.
So if it comes in 6 years,
not only that,
Luther.
we are at this time in our history, we are taking on a lot of debt, and the problem is how would we service the loan that we're getting?
Luther,
we will be able to do that.
Gentlemen, hold on.
Go ahead.
Telephone call. Vibes FM caller, you on?
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
How are you all? Everybody all
okay,
right?
yes.
Yes, I'm okay.
Yes. What I wanted to say about Mr. Emlyn Pierre, I guess she's calling for is an investigation or something about the lights. Much millions spent for the lights, and she wanted to. But Emlyn Pierre and these kind of a people, opposition, they should shame to raise up their head to come in and talk about investigation about light. Because we, the people in Grenada, we see the light, we know where the light is and whatnot. But that's all the young fellas say, but he said wrong. We want to know about the shrimp family, the 53 point too much million, and we never get a shrimp, we never get a crayfish, we never get nothing. We want to know about the fall farm investigation. We want their investigation into that. You see, these people and them, they don't know when to talk or how to talk, because she coming at all but investigation and so much thing. We, the Grenadian people, could call, and this NNP government that we know that they did so much wrong. So much are wrong. We sell out, we both try, they sell out everything, and we could call on them for investigation. Manhattan, Livera, Chicken Farm, Paul Farm, Garden Group, and amount of things we could call out. And and this girl just coming on every time she open her mouth. This girl don't know she taking out a vote from herself because she's talking rubbish. Grenadians is not stupid. And then after you have some young people, I hear this Japal girl talking about the youth and whatnot. The amount of things, progress we have now for this youth in Grenada. If the youth don't want to take it, if they don't want to take it, that government has so much thing for the youth. Youth in agriculture, youth and everything. And, every time these people, I don't know what they don't want to go and say on the platform because they have nothing to say. They have nothing to say, well, okay, they have something betterment than what the NDC is offered to the Grenadian people. So I don't know why they just go on a platform and just talking nonsense. And if they think they're talking to, stupid people. Grenadians have sense now. The youth and them seeing what is going on. And time for them to stop this nonsense. And, everything is a criticizing, is a, Mr. Kim?
Yeah.
I'm tired with these people. And I find time for them to stop that. They are big people. Because they see, for 3.5 years, you go tell me these people didn't see nothing, Mr. Kim, that this government done?
You didn't see anything.
Luther, hold on.
They're passing on the right on the Esplanade and the Carriacou. Look, the police station headquarters. So they ain't seen that, Mr. Kim. That's not a good gesture from the NDC. Taking out the police and them up on the fort where they had them. So, Mr. Kim, these people and them, they're so wicked. I can't stand these people and them. They're too wicked and bad mind. Time for these people and them stop that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, time for them stop it, Mr. Kim.
Okay.
All right, I'll have a blessed week.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay. Luther, let me get back to you because you're going to make a comment just now. So,
all right.
Yeah. Luther.
Healthcare is good if it's available, if it's affordable. First of all, would it be affordable? Would it be affordable? Can we wait 6 or maybe 10 or 12 years for a hospital while people in the present system need help and can't get it? I am not against a hospital, no, but it has to be affordable. It has to be reachable by the common man in Grenada. When you're thinking of the present economic situation in the world, okay, where things are skyrocketing, the oil has gone up. Everything made by oil, plastics, pharmaceuticals, medicines that have an oil base, it's going to go up. Okay. Now, when you have a hospital, like a medical facility, it is not like building a house. It's a very complicated and complex thing. And there are lots of experts involved in that. And if you ask them and you sit and speak, they will tell you that it is in the presence, impossible to have this thing done in 3 years. Impossible.
Okay.
You're looking at anywhere from 6 to 15 years.
Okay, well, whatever it is.
20 years too.
It could be 25 years.
And the point is, can you afford it? Where is the money going to come to pay for it?
Let me ask you quickly, because I have some. But quickly, I would ask you. You talk about where the money is going to come from.
Yes.
You know where it's going to come from?
No, I don't know.
All right. Well, you don't know. So
you know, right?
Hold on. No. I don't know, but the government knows. Vibes FM?
No.
Vibes FM, you know the government.
No, it's
Vibes
going to
FM.
come from the taxpayer.
Hold on. Vibes FM.
You know now.
You know now? Vibes FM.
It's taxpayers that they don't have.
Caller, come in.
Afternoon.
Yes, go
We
after.
fail to realize the economic benefits that can be derived from Project Polaris. How many of our people have to get 10 and 20 US $1,000 to go to Colombia? I want to be a nurse to work at Project Polaris. So when all of the naysayers come in, I would be in the department where I could check the male prostrate and make sure we fix their cocos.
Yeah. Please, next time, just be a little more decent with your language, But as I was telling you, Luther, if you're in a situation now as it is, right, and you need some medical care, okay, where do you go?
Where do you go?
I'm asking you, where do you go?
If you can afford it, hold a minute.
Yes.
Okay. Depending on the seriousness of the situation, and you have the money, then you have to go abroad.
Okay, yes.
And you have the
okay.
Now,
stop.
I'm not done with the
No. Stop. Hold on. Apart from that, you go abroad if you have the money. If you don't have the money, what do you have to do? You have to stay here. So if you could stay here and get it here, isn't that a plus?
Well, you're not going to get. Would it be affordable? Would it be affordable?
Would it be affordable to go abroad?
You are spending money
Vibes FM caller,
on something that will not be affordable.
You don't know. You don't know. Vibes FM caller, come in. Caller, come in. All this caller backing up. Oh my gosh. Let me see if I could get this caller on now. Yes, caller, you next. You are now.
Good day, gentlemen.
Yes, go ahead.
You see, hotel, Hospital Polaris.
Yes.
Hurting the two opposition parties.
Bad.
I cannot say all of the supporters are leaving that party and real bad in truth. Now, this is a hot project for Grenada. Now, I listen to Mr. Luther. Mr. Luther put in what he sees as a date. So in other words, that wouldn't come about in a hurry. So it seems like Mr. Luther is just like MNP and them. They don't listen the Prime Minister address to the nation on these things. When they have the town hall meeting, he come in live. They don't listen it. The Prime Minister answering on DM with PM. Them don't listen. So they come in and say things that they don't know about. When the education is out there for them, they don't want it because why? It's not them that doing it. This is something that the NNP should have done. Emlyn said that they already talk about it. So you talk about it and you leave it and we need it. And they're talking about, oh, you can't buy medicine and this. Since I know the General Hospital in Grenada, we always short of medicine. Nobody can stand up and say there was a time when that used to happen. Always. Government go shortage of medicine. Sometimes you go in pharmacies, you can't get. And Grenada does not import medicine on its own. They have a group in the OECS, a company. Everybody sending the quota. They bring it in for them and they pay them. Okay?
Yeah.
When the NNP they failed to pay the $1.5 million to that same company, they didn't give us no medicine. And when the government changed, they paid the $1.5 million so we could get medicine again. This Mr. Lieutenant doesn't remember the truth, you know. What he doesn't remember is a lie they hear. Now the thing is, look some of the things Hotel Polaris will help us out, and I won't say long on that. You see, cost of health where we have to travel abroad for it because we don't have it here. It's a very high cost. Because if you don't have insurance, worse yet. You have to pay for taxi to the airport. You have to pay airfare. If you don't have no place by some relative to stay by, wherever you go, you have to pay whether it's a hotel or a guest house or whatever, some accommodation, you have to pay for all these things. If when you finish, you become a flight risk and they have to hold you for a week, it's more money you have to pay. If you have the service here in Grenada, this sort of payment is minusing. It wouldn't be adding. You have to build for the future. NNP have no future for Grenada. Okay? Peter David have no future for Grenada. Otherwise, they see the hospital as a good thing because it's not something for tomorrow. It's something for years down the road. And the Prime Minister say, in 3 years' time, okay? That's what? That will take us to 2029. Luther add more years to that. This is how the NNP and Peter David and behave, you know. They come up with their own thing. They criticize him for what happened. Let me just ask Mr. Luther a question, please, and I want him to answer me that sharp. Don't prolong it. If today or tomorrow the election call and the Peter David and the party win the election, will Peter David refuse to go ahead with Hospital Polaris?
Well, the best person to ask that is Peter David.
Okay.
Why ask? I'm not Peter David.
All right.
Okay. But I can assure you.
No, you don't prolong it. Don't prolong it.
But you must prolong it.
I tell you.
No.
You must prolong and go on and on.
Luther, get caller a chance.
But you don't give me a chance?
No, the caller ask you a question, you answer the question.
I'm not finished.
Go ahead.
Luther, hold on. I asked you a question. I told you Don't prolong. It's a yes or no question. I don't want to take up much time on
The
that.
answer is,
That-
he said, caller, he said Peter David should answer that, not him. Okay, fine. That's the answer.
You can ask me a question
Okay,
and
Luther.
determine how I should answer.
Okay, you don't already answer.
Luther.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Caller, go ahead.
so
Yes.
when people ask me how the government going to do that project, I answer them because I listen to the government. I could only take what they say, not what somebody else say. They're raising funds to build the project. They almost complete with the funding, you know. So that's why they're going to start it. If you pass more than 3/4 of the project cost, why you have to wait back for the point whatever? Just you make your start. The rest will come before the project halted, and it will not be halted. Watch International Airport, huh? What did the Carriacou used to say about the International Airport in Point Saline, and it happened?
No.
Well, look at Grenada today. What NNP couldn't do, but didn't do in 23 and a half years. These little children without experience come and do it, you know.
Do
all
what?
these roads
No, wait.
This government doing now.
Let's give the caller a chance. Caller, go ahead. Go ahead, caller.
I give in facts. All these roads that the government is doing in the tri-island state should have been done by NNP in the 23 and a half years. They leave all these things there. Okay? All the houses that the government rebuild for people, those who cannot afford, and those who didn't have washroom, they do it for them. If your house needs repair, they cannot afford to repair it, they do it for you at no cost of you. Okay? If your house only need an inside washroom, they build it for you, no cost of you. Okay? And that's the point the vulnerable that keeping jealous to boast up. And then he couldn't see to do it for them. I give you the facts.
But these are not facts.
So
tell me specifics. How many houses? How many people? Be specific.
Luther.
Mr. Luther, hold on. All the constituency in Grenada, okay? Through the MP in those constituency from the government, they do all those things. You go on Facebook and see them. Go on the GIS report and see them. And those people, they feel so good because they used to go outside in the night, rain falling, and go and sit on a pit hole, wetting them up because water down in the hole. I live through those days, Mr. Luther. I give you facts.
So your facts come from Facebook.
Listen to me. They bring water for those who didn't have. They ain't finished yet, you know. They're going to continue doing.
No, you're saying that how many houses were outfitted?
Luther.
You want me to give it?
Yes, I mean, you're saying a lot of people. It doesn't mean anything.
Hold on. Listen to me. I'll get that information for you and give you next Thursday, please.
Well, this is what you should have done with the first place before you start spewing out aspersions.
Mr. Luther, listen to me. I give in facts, and you fully aware.
You have not given a single fact.
Doing that project.
Hold on.
You know that happening. They're always in the news. You see, the only opposition doing is spreading rumors. They have no facts. Come up with the same stupidness and campaign. People turning their back on you. Only those who can understand for themselves and waiting on you to speak. That is them that will stand up and listen to you. If Peter David had to get, let's say, 5,000 votes in Grenada, he down to about 100 for condemning the hospital.
He has never condemned.
He shows this guy that does not think about tomorrow. If you're so short-sighted that you could see today and not tomorrow, you're not supposed to be in government. You're not supposed to. What we can and all the celebration.
Okay,
would you have the tax base to repay the loan?
Taxpayers always repaying loan. Look at somebody else.
Tax base to repay the loan. How much it would cost you?
Taxpayers always repaying loans. You don't know that. Somebody tell me to ask Luther. Hold on, let me get a question for you. Kim, could you ask Luther when he went to do his medical? Doesn't he go abroad to do it?
When I've never wanted to do medical.
So I said, yeah, because a couple of years ago you went abroad to do your eye. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you could afford it. we're going to.
So what's your point?
The point is.
What's your point?
The point is, I think what they're trying to say. Wait, Luther, wait. You have to wait. Listen,
you don't have to wait.
No, I'm the host of the program here. I control things. I run things.
That is the problem.
That is the problem.
You
I run things.
You want to be in control all the time.
I have to be in control. There's no if about it.
Yeah.
It's either I'm in control. Somebody got to be in control of the ship, right? In other words, if you had to go and you were able to go, give kudos to that. People who can afford going to get the service done here, we're going to give the service to them right in our doorstep. Vibes FM, caller next. Caller next. Caller.
Yes, Kim. Yes, Kim.
Yeah.
Today is a jackassery Thursday for real. What? Listen, this man who have on that program sick for real. Or he playing guns, bright. I don't want to disrespect, but that's why I always say some old people need to keep their ass quiet, you know. Because I cannot understand. We don't have this service you're talking about if we could afford. What you mean if we could afford? If Grenada, the hospital is not a private hospital. It's not a private entity. It is for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. And tell me where in the world we get free services that we don't have to pay about a little something, maybe for a little $10 and maybe on the glasses we may get or whatever little things. Where in the world you get anything that is said free? What you mean by if Grenadians could afford it and it's not 3 years? So you're trying to tell me now you're supporting a party that don't see in the future? Oh my word! Give thanks that the government that is there today have see they see yesterday, they see tomorrow, they see the past and they see the future. But you good enough. Oh, you're real good. So you're trying to tell us now that you're not supporting the hospital because it's NDC that doing it. Maybe if it was an NNP project, it would have come true, right? It wouldn't be a problem. Or if it's how they call Peter David Party, well, anyway, the Orange Party, it would have happened. That is the way all you're thinking. If all you're thinking, so boy, we have a lot of teaching and a lot of growing up to do. Because for me, that is stupidity. And if we have the opposition only condemning, criticizing, well, I call them the 3 C's. I can't find all at the moment, but condemn and criticize right up at the forefront all already yet. And then look at that, every day, or you keep pressing on the youth. The youth is the future, but look here the kind of things you are portraying and how the youth think. Or you all think the youth listening to all with this kind of stupidness all talking there about, the hospital is this and the hospital is that. I don't care whether you say, well, I don't see that happening. It won't happen when that is a form of condemn. You could turn it up and mix it up in all kind of words you want to put it or you want to put it. But all you vex. Team they vex. The hotel project Polaris coming on. All you don't like Grenada. All you only want power.
No.
That's what all you like. All you don't want power. All you is haters of progress. You understand? Haters. Because you're asking the man to name how much give him the number of houses. You well know it doesn't matter whether I don't have the numbers off my head, but things is happening. Because when the hurricane happened in Carriacou, everybody devastated. They come, all Linguistic and them run up in Carriacou. All people in Carriacou stuff are in there struggling. Where them today? Where them today? They don't come back in Carriacou. They don't want to see Carriacou no more because of the progress that taking place up there. Stay there and take progress in all your ass, all your vex. Kim, don't vex with me for saying them and Sandy Jackassery. Don't vex with me because I'm upset with all you, with these people and them. Because every day you turn on the radio or you turn on the news or you read the newspaper, you say kiss me ass thing or you only condemn. What do you ask all you want? What do you want? All you get payment pay rise, all you get everything. Think NNP never think about to give all you the same all you want jump up and vote for NNP. Don't call your salary, all you don't say nothing. Don't give all your pension, all you didn't say nothing. Not today, all you living a little better life, all you still vexing. What is all the problem? Stay there and take progress. Take it.
Thank you, caller. Next caller. Landline caller. Landline caller.
Hello, good afternoon, Tim.
Yes, good afternoon, yes.
I want to ask Luther a question.
Yeah.
Luther,
yes.
I want to find out if your party win, what your party will do better than what the NDC government is doing now, Luther. Answer me and don't come back to backpedal on the radio again.
Am I on? Okay.
Yeah.
What the party will do, it will go to the people I will ask the people, what do you want? Okay? We are not going to propose to the people what they should want. We'll ask them, what do you want? We'll sit together and devise a solution to the problems that the people want. We are not going to stand on a program and say, this is what you should have.
Hold on. I never hear more dotishness in my whole life.
Well, it is dotish to ask people what they want.
Hold on.
Huh?
Luther,
it is dotish to ask people what best suits their life.
You finish?
No, I'm not finished.
Well, finish.
Okay. It is so if I ask you what you would like in your life, you think that's dotish?
You finish?
No, I'm asking you.
No, I wouldn't answer you.
I know you can't answer me.
Vibes FM caller, come in.
Hey Kim.
Yes, go ahead.
I support the two callers. As a matter of fact, all the callers that call and criticize Luther is nonsense. People like Luther is political parasites. They're like ticks. They're looking for a good host to latch on, to suck. Look how long Luther been absent from the station. Now he feel election come close, so he coming to spread some negative vibes. But Grenada is moving forward, and he don't care about Project Polaris. We can look at his age. Luther I observe in the studio.
I'm in my 90s.
Luther.
Well,
yeah, you just like you enemies of progress. I don't know what you doing there. Kim, please let Luther stay off the program and let us have something good.
Okay.
Because look, we had an airport without no flights. Now we getting night landing. As a matter of fact, I see these red lights up already. So soon we'll be getting night landing.
Yep.
And the opposition was there. How much years? No flight in or out of Florida. We have the Windward jetty in progress.
Yep.
We have the jetty in Tong being looked after also. And you know something about Project Polaris? As one of the callers say, that it's not them that are doing it. So if that happen, or when it happen, there will be doom.
Yeah.
There will be doom. Because when the build-back started, when the houses started, before a pillar hole dig, before the first pillar was down, there's this container that was giving people, you remember that?
Yeah.
They started to spread the rumor that this container they're giving people. Now I hear they gone silent, they gone in the crab hole. So people like Luther should put in a drum and roll him down Bel Air Road. They get some sense in him. Stupid head.
Okay, caller. Thank you so much. Okay, let me take another caller.
Thank you very much. If you would
Luther,
pay for the barrel, I'll get into it.
Line 9 caller, come in.
Hello.
Hello,
Good
yes.
afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes.
Kim,
Yes.
I'm a little bit disturbed and even distressed. In Grenada, you have political parties. What Grenada want are not party us. Grenada needs patriot us, people who love the country, ones who are attached emotionally to a party. As a party supporter, you can never see things in an objective way. You will see it only from the point of view of party support, whether it be NNP, NDC, or the Orange Party. And what I don't like is that people letting their emotions run away with them and making utterances that are totally disrespectful for the airwaves. We need to do better than that. Even Luther is devil's advocate. That's what he is from the beginning. What you getting mad about? And what I noticed in Grenada, based on the show that you called, you are not pro-NNP or pro-NDC or pro-this or pro-that. And once you do not say things according to the whims and fancies of the host or the people hosting the program, there is anger. This is bad for the country and it's a display of immaturity. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. Next caller waiting. Caller.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Kim.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, you're on.
Yes, Mr. Kim. Mr. Luther.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Let me just say that you make me a firm believer in that saying that you cannot teach an old dog new tricks.
Okay. If you believe,
Luther.
Hey.
Don't respond.
Hey, listen, I want you to say mum and keep it. Right?
What about you?
And you open your ears and listen. I simply cannot understand a man in your situation, your age, who have lived the better part of your life, cannot understand progress. And I want to tell you further that you're not helping Peter and his party. Because when people, you cannot fool the youth of today. We had an example on the program early on this morning, all right? They are listening. And apart from listening, they are seeing things happening, right? So by you getting there and talking the crap that you're talking about, the hospital, you are only driving people further away from the your party or the party you're supporting or representing, as you said a few weeks ago, right? When you build your house, when you had plans to build your house, didn't you have a timeline? And I'm sure in some cases, because of the shortage of material, maybe money, that there were little delays. You might say, okay, the house is going to be built in, the contractor say 2 months, right? But because you couldn't come up with the money or you couldn't come up with the material, it might take you 2.5 months, 3 months. That is forward thinking, Mr. Luther. And don't embarrass yourself to the world. Remember, you're not only talking to people in Carriacou, and in Grenada, you're talking to the world. I want you to take back to your people, ask them if people like you getting up there and just running your mouth, have nothing good to say about Grenada, where if by some streak of luck or magic, let's say magic, that something happened and they get into office, how could they face the world and ask for help for the same project that you're condemning? Just think. I want you to think about that, Mr. Luther. Yes?
You must.
Okay.
Since I know myself, I heard her talking about a new hospital. And as the caller before me rightly said, then when NNP was in power, they refused to pay for the medication, right? The same struggles that they condemning this government for, it was brought on by their negligence. And I don't want to call names, but I could call names, right? In the Ministry of Health. I could call names of doctors in a hospital that used to cry when patients come and they couldn't supply them with the necessary medication that they need. Mr. Luther, please, for an old man, quote unquote, please stop embarrassing yourself. Stop embarrassing yourself and to some extent embarrassing Grenadians. Okay? Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Okay, thank you, caller.
You talk about
next caller.
timelines. Timelines must be realistic.
Next caller. Landline? Yes, go ahead. You're on.
I'm on?
Yes, you're on. Yes, go ahead.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, greetings, guys.
Yeah.
All right. No, I believe some people are suggesting that we're too small to think big. Because, I mean, come on. All over the world, health is expensive. It's a very expensive thing. And for instance, when you're in America and this place, and if you don't have an insurance or you don't have some program that the government covering, and you go to the hospital, based on what you go for. The doctors just look at you and review the, if they don't know how they get paid, you know, by your insurance or some program that the government covering. So I'm saying, do we ever do an estimate of the kind of money that leaves Grenada like every year for people who go outside to get medical, in terms of like when they have surgery to done? I hear prices like in cases where people had to pay $50 and $60 and so forth $1,000 to get a surgery done, sometime in the US, sometimes Trinidad, sometimes in other countries. So I'm saying, if we're gonna do this math, right now, when the government puts in place a national insurance and everybody paying into that insurance, don't you think that we will be able to afford the cares, and then the same surgery paying $1,000 to go outside there and get, we would be able to get that the surgery done right here, which would be to a lesser cost to us. So what's so wrong in seeing the vision and having the vision to develop the health? We cry every day for health. And let me just say this, no hospital in the world you can get all what you need when you need it. There are certain things that would run out from time to time. And I don't know how some people live their life, but I follow international news, and there is cases in hospital, even in the big bad US, where people don't get the treatment that they need when they get there. So I mean, for we who right now, we don't even pay for certain things that we get done in the hospital dog here. In the general hospital, I mean, when you go to other places in private organization, you have to pay your money. But I'm saying, when we go to the general, we should be thankful as it is right now that many of us can go to the hospital and get treatment for whatever problem we have at zero cost. This doesn't happen. This doesn't happen like that unless in some country where full of oil or some kind of thing, and you know, things happening nice to them. But this doesn't happen like that. You actually have to pay for healthcare. So I just not getting it when the opposition pushing this rhetoric that they're pushing. You guys have a great day. Yeah?
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution.
My point is, you are going to incur a tremendous debt.
So what?
How would we have the tax base to service that debt? Would we?
Okay.
And I would say to you, no, we don't have it.
Oh, let me say something to you, Luther. You're not in government. You don't know how the government is run. You shouldn't be making a statement like that. Dr. Pett, how are you doing?
I'm good.
All right, okay. You don't know what's going on. You can tell the government now. You're not inside of there. You don't handle the finance. You don't look at the figures. You're just imagining that we don't have it. We don't have it. How you know that?
Well, we know what the tax base. We know what the tax base is, and we know what it's going to cost.
You don't know. What is going to cost? Tell me what the tax base is. Tell me what the tax base is.
I'm not answering.
What's going to cost in the end? Dr. Pitt, good afternoon.
It costs a figure that we can't afford.
Vibes FM, Vibes FM. You see this people, you know what the problem is? The DPM or the Orange Party and the NNP, they're scared of Project Polaris because they see that as a winning formula in the next election. And they're scared because they realize they're going to lose. Vibes FM, call you on. They can accept it.
Good day, Kim.
All right.
How are you doing?
Yeah, okay. All righty.
Okay. A quick contribution that I have to make from my observation for this week, Kim.
Yeah.
What I've seemed to notice, and I'm going to make my comment on the New National Party first, then I'm going to give my comment on the Democratic People Movement. We'll just say movement, long story short.
Okay.
Kim, what I've noticed going on, Kim, we have an election coming up. And it's so unfortunate that I'm seeing that the election currently to come is based on it's about Dr. Mitchell's ego, right? Before a progressive move is made in Grenada, Dr. Mitchell slams it apart. He will run it down. He will say it's not possible, it's not feasible. Doom and gloom, as I was always call it. The scare tactic. Fright. Make them afraid and they go start believing that it is true. That's Dr. Mitchell's way. And Dr. Mitchell has 15 persons that he put because he is an MP. And he have these people stand up there and all they could do, Kim, before they come on a platform, it don't matter which candidate, just pay attention to them when they have a meeting. You hear Kate come on, she has to post, oh, Dr. Mitchell did this, Dr. Mitchell did that. You hear the new ones come along, Dr. Mitchell did this, Dr. Mitchell did that, and Dr. Mitchell so, and it's all about Dr. Mitchell. Dr. Mitchell did everything for Grenada. No. You will never hear these people and them, these so-called candidates and them, or bench warmers as I call them. You will never hear them sit down and say, you know what? Let us applaud the government for bringing in that bi-monthly salary. Let us applaud the NDC for investing so much in young people, for whether it's through sports, whether it's through construction. Let us congratulate the NDC for that project because they're doing good. Look, for example, I heard what's the guy, Nimrod Olivier? He spent so much time since Run Red Reach Day. This man just done a negative approach. They even stopped a bus shed from being built that would have benefited the community, right? Due to the persons that own the little area, we know for their affiliation. And he made a lot of noise. The Willis Road, Willis Main Road, Willis Main Road, Willis Main Road, Willis Main Road. Now the expansion is being done by Willis Main Road, not by Hanover, because that company got a lot of money and they just run out on Grenadians. And when NDC came back, they even give them some money to complete the work. They have Renu now doing the work, Kim, and Renu come there and everybody could tell you, watch, now we have an idea of what's going on. Before, we didn't understand what's going on, although we know when election close, things are just start to happen under NMP. So Renu come now and they're doing a good job. Kim are still waiting on the man to come and say, well, I want to congratulate the current MP for taking the initiative to and restarting that project and redefining that project and getting that project up and running to benefit the people of Constantine and Willis. Up to now, Kim, nothing. Instead, all you're hearing is the police force is demoralized and this going on and that going on. And it's a set of complaint. You move over now to Project Polaris. And let me give, for those guys and them who may have the big degrees or they have the most amount of ideas, I'm not that one. I'll just bring it in its simplest form. Kim, right now, Project Polaris is needed more than ever in Grenada. I will tell you why. We had that general hospital where it is there, and we all know the location is pure crap. We have a state-of-the-art school down here, St. George's University. All the students that has to do their residency, they have to travel and go and do it. Kim, hundreds of thousands of dollars in some instances are leaving our shores when they go and do residency outside there. No, they cannot do it in Grenada because all we're doing is retrofitting a 1910 hospital, a 1970 hospital. There is no modernization. Things that you could bring inside there, the location alone is bad. They're there by the sea. Sometimes you're there in that bed and you could hear Romana Cruz knocking thunder on the water. I don't know how you want me, a sick person, to recover in such a toxic environment. The equipment can't last. So, the St. George's University, and that's something I want them to understand. If the General Hospital was so good, why is it that it didn't meet the standard for the St. George's University, who is providing top-notch students that's going outside there and work? Right? Think about it. Think about it. Just think about it for a second. Now, the main problem with NNP or DPM with that teaching hospital is because it is being done by the Honorable Deacon Mitchell. Facts. Whether who like it or not, that's what it is. You could talk about shortage of medication here, shortage of that, or you want to go and buy this, you want to go and buy that. When the NDC came in, look the Minister of Health tell you all, look at the bills that they had outstanding for medication and the great new National Party and the DPM members, because the DPM members is NMP members, so the same trend applies. I want them to take that in. Their NMP was not doing a good job. No, and we had a lot of death. Babies was dying too. Lest we forget. So don't come and sit down here today and act like if, okay, the NDC this and the NDC that, just because it is the Honorable Deacon Mitchell and his cabinet that is getting the job done. And that's not the only job that is getting done. You look at it. If the country was managed well for all these donkey years, and Peter David was part of it on both occasions with NDC and NNP. Peter David been an MP for 10 years. Right? 10 years. And what has he to show the Grenadian people for the Song of St. George? I'm not even going far. Show us how you have been able to transform the town of St. George. I dare Peter David to do so. I dare him, because we lost a cruise line in the same town as St. George due to the poor infrastructure. Foreigner fell there, and the negative review went back and the cruise line cut off Grenada. So, where was Peter David then to even fix that little problem? He couldn't even deal with the sidewalk. You want to tell me you want to manage a country and you go fix that country? You're crazy. Let me move on again, Kim, because these people and them, they don't stop from shop talk sometimes. So sometimes you have to bring these points and them to them, let it sink in, because sometimes they don't leave me to wonder, as if they're not into Grenada. What the most honorable Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell is doing now, he's investing in his people. Now let me tell the DPM and NMP people where he investing in people. Kim, if you look around, you see security officers in nearly all government facilities and more. And thanks to that investment that the Prime Minister made for being employment under MIT, look at the amount of contracts going out. Well, Carriacou could give a brief example of that because it's still in the recovery process, right? The new National Party and the Democratic People's Movement, that two parties need to take a backseat right now, because I hear one of the members say they want to come through for DPM with a first-degree education for all Grenadian citizens. This is here. It's here already. The investment is being made by the National Democratic Congress. And Kim, there's something that you all don't play a lot in. And let me tell you, see the Senator David Andrew? Man, as a Minister of Education, and all, they need to give that. They ain't giving this man enough praise for the amount of things this man doing under education. He ain't getting enough. We had Emily Pierre, who's still here today as an MP. And what this man is getting done, not only in the constituency, but the policies in education. Man, this man, Grenadians need to carry that man on their back, because he's doing a wonderful job. And let me tell you, Kim, I'm going to say it now. Two persons came to me and they tell me they start sending in a thing to the ministry for the regularization process. They start sending in the resume, etc. Someone contacted me on the health again, and they tell me they're calling them in to bring in the documents so they can start with the regularization process. So the NDC is getting things done. I mean, it's sad to see that they're doing so much and the people could see it. And thank God for this social media presence, that we can sit down and say, oh, they ain't doing nothing no happening. So look, NMP had it for 20-something years, and sometimes they don't like to hear it. All you had it. They had it in their hand till they sit down and they say, okay, we're going to do what we want. The Dr. the Right Honorable Kit Mitchell said he willing to teach. Clarice Modest willing to teach. Kate was a teacher. He disrespected the teachers. He disrespected the nurses. He disrespected every public servant in Grenada, and he still don't pay them pension. And I heard Minister Peters said the other day, Kate Peters saying, oh, the pension was supposed to be paid. The court had a ruling. But I want her, if she's listening or someone is listening to, let her know that after the court ruling, if NMP plan to pay that pension, why was there that big meeting in the Trade Center saying it's 590 million and we're going to bankrupt the economy? Why we then had that meeting? You know? So Kim,
yeah,
I say all this to say that Grenada is in the right place. It's in the right space. It may not be perfect. There's no such thing as a perfect right. I wouldn't say that. But under the leadership of the most honorable Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell, he's doing a fantastic job. And for a newcomer into politics, just 10 months, getting elected as Prime Minister and going on his 4th year in office, trust me, if he's doing that delivery within a first term, why not give him 2 more? Why not give him 2 more and allow him to push that transformational agenda inside of Grenada as he's supposed to? Project Polaris is a vote for everybody, and everybody should be supporting Project Polaris. Okay. This is not something to say it's an NDC thing. The Prime Minister said it. It's not an NDC thing. It's your thing. That's why I defending it so, you know.
Yeah.
Because this is our thing.
All right.
You understand?
Okay, caller.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much. Lana in caller. Okay, right. Lana caller is gone there now. Caller spoke there. But he was speaking so much, things that are true, in my view, that I had him continue.
What's true he said about it? He's just making wild allegations. What is true? What was factual about what he said?
Listen, I didn't ask you
Did
to
he bring
comment.
out it? Well, I am coming. I'm on this panel, so I'm commenting.
But the thing about it is that you, in the end, DPM, this Project Polaris is a hook in all a draw. You know what I mean? You need a big hook.
At this particular time,
you don't know about the running government, so you should know what government could
at this particular time. Can the government give us exactly what it would cost, the final cost, and where you will find where you would find the tax base to pay back the loan?
Where they will do that in time to come. Vibes FM, caller, next. Landline, come in. Landline, hello. 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 Oh, okay. Let me see. Clear these lines up. Okay. This question that you're trying to ask the Luther,
yes.
Government will answer them in time to come.
No,
You're
no,
not in government. You're not in government,
Like
so you
it's
don't know.
not,
You don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going on.
That is why we should know what's going on.
You don't know.
The public must know what's going on.
The public is informed every day. Huh? You're not in. The thing about it, is that you guys are. I talk about DPM, eh? Yeah. Even NNP too, same thing. Haters of progress. That's what you guys are. And you just can't can't take the idea.
So you are the psychiatrist who did the interviews and to understand that we are haters of the
Vibes FM. Caller, come in.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
I believe you're doing a real injustice to your program today to bring Luther there.
Yes, go ahead.
Because he's creating a lot of problems. A lot of people that don't have the sense going to believe what he's saying. So you should never bring him there.
Okay, thank you for the advice. Yeah. Okay, next landline caller coming. Take that one off here. Dr. Pitt, you just came in here and you kind of, I just look at the time. Yeah, I just look at the time call. I didn't realize that
almost there.
Time flies, just like that. When you have this kind of conversations, especially the morning where we had so much taking place there. But Dr. Pitt, you are one of those who looking at governments and everything like that as well, too, right? You're looking at progress. You're looking at what's taking place, and as it pertains to Project Polaris, you realize that the government is progressing to have that the mission accomplished.
Well, yeah, from a medical point of view, I mean, I'm not a human doctor, I'm a veterinary surgeon, and I take a lot of interest in Polaris, in Project Polaris. I think Project Polaris, Luther, is a very good thing. We don't look at, as Corey said, the one the caller said before, when we used to go, when I left Grenada, I never thought about coming back to go in Point Saline. I left on the old strip in Paul's in 1981.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of complaint, why we have to build at the airport? Where is the money? Where does the money come from? But we must get the money. The money will come somewhere.
So the same way
it will. The same way the airport, we're going to build Polaris and we're going to get a lot of money coming into the country. You understand? Because a lot of things will be happening. Hotels, you go and relax, as the caller said. You don't want to be on this old hospital where all the instruments, many times my friend from Cuba, rum runner, all them old big steamboat coming in, them from Granans, them make a certain noise. You can't sleep in the night. I mean, I don't like to be part of the hospital, to be a patient in the hospital with all this noise. At the same time, all the x-rays, the machine. I have some Cubans guy working there, and they always have to be fixing the machine because they're corroded.
Mm-hmm.
The salt.
Yeah.
You understand? So you get a nice place, like down in West Hall, the sea is the sea not so far, but it's a way off.
Yeah.
You understand?
Inland, yeah.
Inland. And then you get in a nice where you could relax, where you could have a hotel, where you could have a place like a city. Look at the university now. They didn't even that was Gary Vision. A lot of people was against it. They was against it. But look at the university. If you go to the university now, it's like a city,
Yeah.
They have everything there. The only thing they do not have there is a hotel. Shopping centers, so the students don't even have to go out. But who thought about that before? You understand? You would never think they would have this thing down there. So the Project Polaris is something good for Grenada.
And as you just mentioned in the beginning, when they talk about Point Salines, and people are asking where the money going to come from, we can't afford that, whatever. And it became a reality. The same SGU now, where they say Gary was seen UFO, what happened to him this time, all kind of thing. And look what's taking place now. The next project is coming up now, which is going to be even more for the people of Grenada to get service. And you hear this kind of talk again? Vibes FM? Landline WhatsApp caller coming. WhatsApp caller coming.
Kim, good evening. Good evening, Kim. Good
Yes.
evening, Dr. Pitt.
Yes, go ahead.
And Brother Coy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Kim, as Have Dr. Pettify walk it an extra vaccine to give Luther.
No. Luther is my friend. No. Luther is my friend.
You
You
seem
know.
like I'm rabbit.
Hold on. Luther is my friend. You know, I like when Luther on the program. You know, who won't criticize Luther? You know, Luther generate things just pop out.
Let me tell you, I enjoy Luther.
Yes, Luther's a good man. He's a good man.
Luther and Scooby, I also enjoy the both guys.
Yes, they are good people. Because when you see they come on the air, we get a lot of new things. We like that. I like that. I don't know for the client, for the listeners. Because a lot of new things pop up.
I like when they put challenge too. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't want the program to be one way. You know what I mean? Like a little objection to. You know what I mean? Even though you know it's nonsense you're talking, but still.
Open out for discussion, for constructive discussion.
Yes, go ahead, caller. Caller, go ahead. Yeah, caller, go ahead.
I came, okay, the other day Kate was on, right, and she was talking about the unemployment, right, among the youths. So now she was saying that the unemployment rate is 20%. All right, so what I did now, went back and I went to the central bank, right, and then I Googled what's the unemployment rate in Grenada, and then I did it from 2020 right up to now. And then what I found that St. Lucia, Barbados, and Grenada is at 20%. But when you look at the NNP time from 2020, the rate was 39.5. In 21, it went down to just 1%. Was 38%. Right? And then after it went down again, in 22 was 24%. So if it went down to 26 now, that means it dropped by 4%. So then there was a drop in the unemployment rate. So now she tried to discredit me now by saying about the way I get my information and you living in the diaspora, you don't know nothing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then I call, and then he said that we in the diaspora are more up to date than people in Grenada, which is true. We keep in touch with what's going on, you know? And last night they had a meeting in Shantimel, NNP. And then the narrative now, with Dr. Mitchell, he wasn't there in the beginning. He said he was playing domino and he passed by. And then he's saying to the NNP now that if they got to win the election, basically saying that they need to paint the administration as a corruptive government. So them, their campaigning will be about corruption. You know what I mean? So I'm just giving the guys a heads up.
Yeah.
Anytime they go on the platform now, that will be the they don't have nothing else to talk about. They can't talk about the fishman. They can't talk about like who lost visa and things. So all now is about corruption. Yeah. So anytime you get them on the platform, that will be the order of the day.
Well, they have nothing to campaign on. That's the bottom line, because progress is being made. Everything is running nicely in Grenada. So they have nothing to complain about. So they're just going to just take this corruption thing. But I'll be surprised, though, that they're going to go on something like that. Because when it comes to corruption, and you look in the Webster dictionary or the English dictionary, any dictionary, all you see in there is a picture of the NNP. That's what you see in there. They don't, no explanation, just NNP.
You see, that's the kind of propaganda that puts you in trouble.
What?
Propaganda. Dr. Mitchell.
Pull the dictionary out now.
That's what I pull the dictionary out, and that's what I'm seeing.
Yes.
That's why my dictionary is showing me.
Who made that dictionary? Who put it together?
Caller, go ahead. Caller.
Okay, when somebody say Luther was a teacher or something. Luther was a teacher?
I was everything.
No, okay.
I was
somebody said, kids taught in the same school like Luther?
I didn't teach in the same school.
People were talking about that I should have followed the curriculum. Yes, you know something about academic freedom.
And I mean, not just want the program to just be one way. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right,
caller. Objection.
Okay, caller.
Welcome, Luther.
Thank you.
Luther, you have a good day.
Thank you, Raj.
Okay.
See,
yes.
I don't know of there are very few Grenadians that are against the Polaris.
Very few.
Very few, in my view.
Right. Okay. So that means
what they are saying is that the timing is wrong.
So what time? What time? When you say timing is wrong, what do you mean?
At this,
You said they're against it?
No, I don't know anyone who is against it. What it is the time is wrong.
Okay, so
Because
so what is the timing?
You have to look at what is happening in the world. Everything is going up. The
But
prices.
you can't control the world.
No, you can't.
Can you control the world?
No.
Look, we have no control over the world.
No. Hold. But you can be realistic about what you
Yeah,
do.
you listen. If you watch what's going on in the world today, you will never do nothing because the world.
But you can have control of what you spend and how you spend it.
That is what they're doing, and that is what this government sees.
What you have to do is you have a project on what's the final cost, and do you have the tax base to support?
You don't know about that. Leave that for the government to do. You're not in government. Vibes FM, landline call, WhatsApp caller for us. Landline caller, hold on. WhatsApp caller, come in.
Greetings.
Greetings.
How are you doing, guys?
Not too bad at all, eh?
Yeah. All right. It's nice and sunny on the mainland. Well, you know my voice. Very conspicuous.
Yeah, man.
Just one thing, Kim, and you all may not know, right? So just let me provide an update as to for the Project Polaris. Remember, there was a town hall meeting and so on.
Yes.
Now, even before the town hall meeting, there was a meeting with parliamentarians, a presentation made by the Project Polaris team for all parliamentarians. So it's appalling to hear the opposition MPs raising all kind of questions. You had the opportunity to raise those questions there at that special meeting, and you choose not to. But now, they're trying to score cheap political points. Obviously, that is what they would do. Even the one who the new NMP candidate or caretaker, how you call her, she's a prospective. She claims she wanna be the MP, but as a medical professional, if you so concerned about the lack of medication and the shortage of staff and so on, you as a medical doctor, volunteer your service to provide this service where you see it shot, instead of you just go and blah blah in your mouth. If I'm a doctor, and that's what I would do, I provide my services to the community.
Yep.
I don't see nothing hard in that.
Uh-huh.
Right? So sometimes you ask the question, do these people really care about Grenada, or they just care about themselves?
The answer is
Luther
obvious.
is always good to hear Luther. He bring a different kind of perspective. And Dr. Pet, big up yourself. Mr. Koi, one love, bless.
Okay, thank you so much.
Let me give a short response. How do you know that the doctor is not volunteering?
Yeah, well,
something for him to think about, and something for the listeners to think. Come up and say, suggesting that she's not volunteering. How do you know that?
Olan, listen. He is in very close proximity and looking at this doctor's performance.
So in local terms, the Marco, they
use that. You could say that. He is watching that doctor. I could tell you that.
Why?
You recognize the voice?
No, if he's watching the doctor, we have to be. Maybe we should get the police involved.
Kim, someone just texted me about a while ago about the Guav station, the polyclinic.
Polyclinic in
Guav.
Yeah.
Why the government do not utilize it instead of this Project Polaris? That hospital was there long time, and NMP was not using it. So they blame the government. No, people don't really go there because it's the same thing. It's happening. NMP never used that hospital to like a big polyclinic they use overseas. And they are the problem, because if they continue using it, the government just continue.
But if the government were not using, and the new government comes in and they realize there's a need for it, why not use it?
I'm not sure if they are using it.
I don't.
Vibes FM caller, landline caller. Thank you for waiting. You're next.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, a little louder, please. Yes.
Good afternoon to your panel.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Right now, what's going on right now is that desperate time calls for desperate measures right now.
Yeah.
And NMP is a very desperate party, because as you see right now, they're having the meetings here and there and everywhere, and they keep lying for the people, which I know the former administration has said, even though you have to lie your way into office, So that's what they're doing right now. And for my PM, well, I know he's doing a good job. And he back brother, I know he don't bother with nobody.
Yeah, time with them.
Exactly. He have time with nobody because he back, but they're saying all kind of things about him. And he's not even bothered because he's continuing to do what he has to do.
Right.
And pleasing the, I'm very pleased with him. I'm pleased with what he's doing. That's why I will always say he'll be back in the office. He's closing the eye and he's going back in office. So
Okay.
he don't even have to bother and he don't even have to worry. That's my PM and I love my PM and I'm congratulating him for continue the nice job he's doing.
Okay.
So that's my take.
All right. Well, thank you so much, caller. Next caller. Caller, WhatsApp caller come in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry to call back. Right?
Yeah, no
But
problem.
I just missed Dr. Pet. Just let me give him a little update. Right. The polyclinic in Guav, right? The polyclinic as well as the medical station in Sotes. Those services is provided 24/7. So if you get whatever complications, whatever you need to see a doctor, you can go there at any time. That is how we strengthen and improve our healthcare and so on at the primary level. So not everything that you have to go and burden the general hospital with, that you have to go and spend this long time waiting in casualty and so on. So this is how we are really transforming healthcare and not just talking. So if Luther think, oh, we have to wait until Project Polaris is being completed in order to see a transformation in healthcare. Come on, you could see for yourself. See for yourself. Do just stay there and talk, Luther. I invite you to come down on the mainland. If you want that too, I could carry you around and you would see the improvements. Right? We could visit, go to the hospital, speak to the patient, ask them what I was a patient for a couple of days in February. And I must say, and I went there, I did not pull no trump card and say, if you don't know who I am, no. I went there as a normal patient like everybody else, and I was treated with exemplary service. And I was looking at, whilst I was there, I was observing, what kind of treatment the other patients was getting. And I was very, very much satisfied to see the level of commitment, because trust me, if you're doing healthcare, you have to be passionate about this thing. It's not about a money making thing. You have to be passionate about helping people. Hence the reason why I said the person who is coming up as a prospective candidate for the new national party here in St. Mark. I mean, come on, you had a scholarship from government and whatnot. I mean, that is what you can do. Say thanks to the taxpayers by giving back your service. Even the current MP, she had a scholarship just the same from Cuba.
Yeah.
Right? And Luther, I don't mark with nobody. I'm telling you because we live in here. We live in the reality. You understand?
Right.
So Luther, come down to the mainland. Well, if you want to know what's going on, I could carry you around.
Okay. What
easy to find.
What we continue to advocate is that what you're saying, that all the clinics around the island should be adequately equipped and have proper staff. Get that done first, and then you can go to bigger things. But at this time, if they are not properly equipped, we have a problem. They all should be like
where we are trying our best, and like I said, there are clinics that are open 24/7, and I call 2 in close proximity in Sotes and in Guav.
Good.
Right.
I think that's an excellent.
Okay.
So that should be spread across the whole nation.
Okay.
But thanks for information. I think I'll just the client, the person who
thank you.
The person who texts me, I'll just relay the information that the clinic in Guav and the one in Sotes is functioning.
All right.
They're functioning.
So you understand that we have all these false flags all around.
Caller, what's a landline caller? Hello, landline caller. Okay, let me move to what? Oh, hello. Yes, go ahead. You're on now.
Yes. Okay, hope everybody's fine. I just sent a video for you with the information pertaining to the budget for the new hospital.
Mm-hmm.
That information, that particular video was done from the town hall meeting at Wester Hall a week or so before the groundbreaking ceremony. So that gives a good idea of the amount of money they're hoping to raise and the amount of money that has been raised so far. So Ms. Andrea St. Bernard, the project sponsor, she is the person who gave that information. So I just sent it to you a while ago via WhatsApp.
Okay. Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, I did see her, in a presentation as well too. When she did it there, and she outlined the entire thing. As a matter of fact, if I just pull my files up, thank you. I just pull mine up. Let me see if this is what you're speaking about.
Many of you would recall we had 100,000 from the Saudi Fund for Development for a project that's been repurposed.
That's what you're talking about, right, Caller?
Yes, I think so. But at the beginning of that clip, it says exactly how much they have budgeted for the hospital.
Right. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Well, she gave a complete breakdown. Okay. Thank you, Caller.
That is fine, but
Yes.
did she give a complete breakdown of the burden to the taxpayer in paying back the loan?
No.
All right. What's the secret?
Hold on.
The funds that we have secured for the construction of the hospital, we have a budget of 250 million that we are seeking. The government of Grenada has committed to 25 million of that 250. We have 100 million from the Saudi Fund for Development, and many of you would recall we had 100,000 from the Saudi Fund for Development for a project that's been repurposed to focus now on this priority healthcare transformation. The terms are 25 years at 1.5%, which is quite exceptional. 1.5% of interest, right?
All right. In the interest of time, I'm going to just hold that clip back a little bit, because we have a lot of callers on there. But she gave a complete breakdown. And if you want that, Luther, I could send it for you too.
No, I don't want to complete.
Right,
I want to see the payback. How do you pay it back? And the burden upon the taxpayer.
We haven't reached to that yet.
Start paying yet?
Wait, when we finish.
We're building now.
Vibes FM, caller.
So you go to the bank.
Caller, come in. Yes, go ahead.
I'm somewhat disappointed in three of you out there.
Yeah.
And not slapping that man back into reality, because he's totally out of sync with what's happening around him.
Well, we know that. We're aware of it.
So then why don't you slap him back into reality? This man is dying, and you all sit there and watching him die and not even trying to help him. You need to do that.
Well, that's my partner.
No, trust me.
What you're saying?
Further.
Yeah.
It was just raised by Mr. Britton, but I got that information a couple of days ago. There was that forum that was specifically organized in Parliament.
Yes.
A working session, a lunch session where they could sit down, eat, ask whatever questions you want of the project, so you can get answers as members of Parliament, so you can properly inform your constituents and Grenada as a whole. They go, they sit down, they eat, they wipe their bam bam in local parlance, and they go. I mean, and now you come in on radio and on meetings and talking about, I mean, this thing, something is wrong with these people. Something is wrong with these people. And it's time the Grenadian people see what is happening. Unfortunately, in this whole scenario, who is being caught and trapped in this thing is the less unfortunate one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Caller, if you are listening, what you are saying that I should give my partner an injection to put him online. That's what you're saying.
If it's an injection of cash, you have it.
I thought about what you said earlier on that you're not a human.
You're veterinarian.
But it does. If based on your determination, you realize as a vet, you need to give him injection. Well, you the doctor.
We asked.
You determine.
After the experimentation, then you have to go to human beings.
No, it is not. Exactly. Utah is on track, because once you are a vet, there's a lot of things in human that you need to know.
Exactly.
So then it's
so
similar.
I'm very grateful for that.
Let me take another call, the guy quickly. Vibes FM, line 9 caller, come in. Land and color.
Yes, Kim.
Yes.
I will be very short. Let me tell you something. And this is reality. Anybody in Grenada going to fight down and trying to reject a brand new hospital for Grenada. I wouldn't be surprised that they say the Israelis have the right to come in Grenada and just kill people as they want. There's no difference. Because if you could fight down a hospital, you could welcome Israelis bombing us in Grenada too. And I have no apology for saying that. And let me tell you, when you talk about the 40 and the 60 and everything that me or you talk about, that squash,
Yeah.
you're playing a flat salary now.
It increase? How much now?
$200 a fortnight for 3 months.
Oh, $200 a fortnight for 3 months.
For 3 months. So everybody fighting to get them. The more you make mischief on NDC, you get $200 a fortnight. Some get left, some, and it's a big row between them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Let me tell you something. They have a lot of money to spend now because election ain't coming now.
Yes. I only just have to tell them, I say, only hearing buys once a week, but I say by next month we go step it up. Only might hear us until only getting fed up.
You understand
that thing about the hospital, you don't bother them. And Kim, when the lady talk about the thing this morning, you tell her to she have a little bit more decency on the phone. I blame you for saying that, but I know vexation has caused you. But to have a man that's repeatedly using these same kind of language and words, even on GBN this morning, and nobody tell him nothing about it. He's the only man I know could get away with nasty language on them radio station, not yours, because you ain't encourage it.
Have you ever heard the name Donald Trump?
Okay.
Huh?
All right.
Have you ever heard the name Donald Trump?
But you see, today I'm not in a good mood. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk about you at all. You better don't come back in next time.
Okay, caller. Thank you so much.
Dr.
Listen.
Pet could give you an injection to hush you up.
Turning a sword for massive hospital. By the time, even if they had the money, and that was possible, by the time that common strip, half of you dead already. You're turning a sword for massive hospital. By the time, even if they had the money, and that was possible, by the time that common strip, half of you dead already.
Well, Luther said so, Luther said, listen, you take about 6 years, half of us go dead. So I guess.
No.
Vibes FM, caller? Caller?
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Living in Grenada for all these years, what I have to ask though, why isn't it after 2004 that the government then didn't see the urgency of, building back all of our, I think back then we called it surgeries, so that the people in the various villages can get them to use instead of us having to put so much pressure on our, let's say, the general hospital or even Maribor. So I think it's very hypocritical of, all of these people to come talking about a new hospital when healthcare in our country has been neglected for so many years. I think it's time that we put everything into perspective, because it's just not just about Project Polaris. It is since 2004, healthcare has been neglected. And in my view, this is now 2026, and to still be talking about healthcare in this manner, I personally think that it shows, a great deal of neglect from those who have been in power. And I'm not talking about just out of one administration, but I think, we need to put it in context and let it pay where it belongs.
Yeah.
Because it's really a shame. It's really a shame. So I do wish the people of Grenada, for all of us, at the age that we get what we so deserve. I thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution there. And
Let me.
yes, you want to say something there quickly, Luther?
Yes, we shouldn't be talking about Polaris in general. We should be talking about healthcare in general, healthcare, not Polaris.
Well, Polaris is healthcare.
No, Polaris is not healthcare. Huh?
The project is about healthcare.
It's about healthcare, but it is not healthcare.
What is about? What is about?
What you said?
What is about?
It is not healthcare. It is about healthcare. I agree with you. Okay. What about national insurance? We have to have national insurance so that people in the country would be able to purchase.
Do you know that national insurance is being discussed as well too?
What is being discussed?
Yes,
we discuss a lot of things here which don't make sense.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. The 20-something years that the NNP has been there and Peter was part of it, how come they didn't implement national insurance?
Over the 20-something years that Peter
been in there.
I'm talking about the NDC.
No, NDC
in 20-something years they're in the opposition. What the devil did they? They wanted the political doghouse. They couldn't do anything because people said, we don't want you. You are no good.
No, because
we don't want you.
Hold on. The reason why is because the NNP built this this farm, and the strategy, of knowing all they're concerned about is to win an election, and that is it. There was there was nothing else that was on their mind about developing the people, developing the country, pushing the country forward, or anything like that. That was not on their agenda. Period. And the NDC now, the NDC wasn't there because they dominated that for the longest while. But thanks to intervention of the Almighty, divine intervention, I can't keep on.
So the
NDC came in there now, and look at the difference.
The NDC started wrong for all these years and saw all these evils and couldn't do anything. You know why? Because the people did not have the trust and confidence in them and said, we don't want you. As a matter of fact, 3 separate times the people said, we don't want you at all.
And then why they didn't take the initiative to give better hospital, better services for the people? Why 20-something years?
Are they giving better service now?
They in opposition? They're gone?
No.
And they ain't coming back?
Is the NDC giving better service now?
Every day.
Like what?
Everything.
For example?
Too much to mention. Too many words to mention. Honestly.
Too much propaganda to mention.
No. You see, use a DPM. You see.
Yes.
And let me tell you something. Let me hope that a DPM, in my view, would achieve its purpose. You know what the purpose is? To cut down the NNP as much as possible and to give them the final tombstone.
No. Our objective is to have people together.
Right now, DPM has one agenda. One agenda.
Let me finish.
And the agenda, listen, in my view, the agenda is to just demolish the NNP and give them the tombstone in the next election. And this way, we had to go back in the cemetery to put up tombstone because they're dead already. Well, we just finish everything up and no candles, eh?
Your view has little worth, so that's all right. What we are saying, we have to unite the country. Everybody get together as one and go forward.
And that is what the NDC is doing now. The country is going forward.
It's going forward with all the criticism I'm hearing from both sides.
The criticism is coming from those who are angry and eager for power. That's what the criticism is coming from.
That is my point. We should be uniting them.
No.
We will unite them.
Let me tell you.
That's the whole thing. Let us unite and go forward.
You think we could ever unite people as all?
Yes, we can. You see, you have a very negative.
You think we could ever unite people as them?
No. Your outlook is so negative. Your outlook is so negative that you cannot perceive that people could be united.
Listen. When people make statements like this, listen to this. Listen.
Project Polaris. Absolute fraud. Absolute nonsense.
You could unite that.
Brothers, if you understand fundamental.
You could ever unite that? You crazy boy. Unite that.
Why not?
You could unite that.
Why not?
Boy, you tell me should buy you.
No.
Then if you could unite that, you could take stone and make water in front of me. You could take stone and make water. If you could unite that.
So Luther, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you an honest question. So if the leader of the democratic movement, they call it now,
yes,
could not organize in the revolution, could not organize.
No, he was.
Hold on. In NDC, no NMP, can't unite none of them. Is he going to unite your party?
Of course he will.
How will he do it?
So how can we before?
So all the three party, revolution,
He was
NDC, NMP.
He was in the New Jewel
all
movement.
of them.
He was in the New Jewel movement. Wait, let me finish. He was in the New Jewel movement. He couldn't unite them. He went to the revolution. He couldn't unite them. He went NDC. To NDC. He couldn't unite. NMP. He couldn't unite. So he decided enough. He couldn't unite it too. And now he decided he's going in DPM now. He could ever unite. We could unite.
I want you to eat your words. Huh? You see, you guys are very negative in your outlook. Okay? Not because somebody. I'm not saying that he failed. He did not.
And he's 70 years of age.
So what? So when he so you're thinking that the younger the person is, the more intelligent and
I mean, if after 70 years he couldn't unite, I mean, come on, you think he will unite now?
Like Trump, you think he's Trump? You think he's Trump?
Trump is a madman. He's a madman. But it took him that long to realize that he had to get outside and not to unite people.
What he was trying to do within these parties, trying to get them to get together. Within the, but you're not telling the whole story.
Right? So okay, I think I would appreciate the fact that you saying that he was trying to get people together.
Yes,
where he was. So what was the hold up? Why he didn't do it?
Because there are lots of people against it.
Who are the people, the NMB?
There are people in NDC and the NMB.
So why they were against it? Why is the reason why they was against it?
I don't know exactly why.
Well, you see,
maybe I say they were proponents of against progress.
Oh.
Or they.
So when you develop when you run 3 times in a constituency and you no development, so is that progress?
3 times. Who
No.
I ask you a question. Your leader run for three terms. He won all the time. And the tongue is if Christopher Columbus come back, he's seen the place at the same time thing on your retreat.
That's absolutely false. That's not that's false. That's
what part is fault again?
Okay.
What part is fault?
No, if
if his performance was so poor and he did so poorly, why did the people vote him back in the office 3 times? Because he's a complete failure. You're a complete failure. Okay? And people see you as a complete failure. Then they will vote you in 3 times.
I just told
you.
Not
once or twice, but 3 times.
Let me answer the question now. The leader of the NNP had him there for a purpose. Because why? No. Hold on. They realized that if they put him inside of there at the time, he could win. So they put him in there. And hold on. The next thing is, it was a strategy on the part of the NNP because they feel that if they move and pull him in there, it's going to decrease the support in the NDC. So it was favorable. Now they finish with him, they dump him.
Okay, you said
they dump
you
him.
said they moved.
They dump him
because you said because they thought he would win. Huh?
No,
win as a leader. Win as a leader.
You never win as a leader.
But you're saying that they moved him because they thought he would win.
Yes.
Because they thought he would win because he is a leader.
He's not a leader.
But Luther, the only reason why
Luther was never a leader.
No. I was a revolutionary with him.
Never a leader.
Never.
He never.
And the only reason why he won the tongue 3 times is that listen, the first time he won the tongue, and NDC was on a high. Because that was 2003. Because they didn't want the opposition because they were thinking about briefcase money. People, hold on, let me. They were fed up. So they was on a high and there were young guys that just coming, Nazim, Peter, Chester. Everybody was young revolutionary. So people just wanted that change. Boom, he won. The second time he won, that's when, remember, NDC had problems with all of them, Michelangelo, Joe Postle, Barry Lou, and all kind of things. They joined up and they formed a party with Wilfred Fletcher. He resigned from the NMP, right? As the foreign minister. And they make a Kalaloo. They vote them 15-0. Right?
Right.
Then NDC had the issues just after that. They won 2008 with Peter. I mean, when they won 2003. No, 2008. 2008. They won. But Peter won his seat.
Right.
Right. And then he won 2008 again.
Yeah, in 2003 won.
Yes, and 2081.
Right. With the NDC.
Right.
And then in 2013, that's when the breakup came.
Problem, the breakup.
So
right?
he sat out and then he came back in
Came back when
2018.
NMP was on a high again. NMP was on a high because NDC didn't have a leader.
Right.
So people just didn't want to. A lot of NDC people was there, but they were not voting. They were supporting, but not voting because they didn't have a leader. So no, they didn't. They didn't have a leader.
Those things happen all the
It
time.
happens. Understand?
Yeah.
Then
So they were incapable of getting a leader.
yes,
incapable.
there was.
So
Peter had
say-
the chance to win, but when he come back with the NMP was on a high. All 15 twice, 3 times. But afterwards, they got a leader. You understand?
Yeah,
And
but
that was the
he
problem.
came back with the NNP because he was promised leadership.
Exactly.
But how do you know
Because
that?
he married in Blueberry.
He told me.
How do you know that?
He told me.
He told you what he was promised leadership?
Everybody know that.
Only everybody knows that.
So yeah, I mean, what's the issue? You say something. How do you know that? You say he told you, and you still continue to argue
Because it's a lie.
Oh, you know that.
You know what I mean?
How you know
How
that?
you know that?
Well, you did.
How you know that?
Well, you're not asking me how. You ask me how I know that. You're not denying it's a lie, but you say how I know it's a lie.
But why you tell me it's a lie? I make a statement. The only person to know it's a lie, you have to go and ask Peter.
I've asked Peter.
Yes, go and ask him.
I've asked him.
Okay, Luther, let's go. Listen to that. NMP now on a low, right? And there is 3 parties. Honestly speaking, hypothetically speaking, do you think that Peter will win tongue?
He can't win tongue.
Do you think so?
Lay answer.
Be honest.
Lay answer.
Do you
Lay
think
answer.
so with 3 parties? NMP had their support. Peter have his people that went over with him. NDC have their support. And this is a youth time now. A lot of people usually go over to NDC, obviously, because they see progress. Do you think Peter will win? Peter is my good partner. I like Peter. But Peter would not win tongue.
Well,
Do you think he will win tongue?
Let us wait and see. You want
Ask you a question.
Yes, I
or no?
think so.
Okay.
On what basis?
On what basis you think he wouldn't win?
Because the vote are divided.
So because the vote is divided.
So NMP people will not go back to Peter easily on those who went with him.
You know that.
Who went with him will stay with him. And some new ones.
But you don't know who went with him.
Luther is living at.
There are something like how many people did not vote the last time?
Luther.
27,000
So
people.
that-
How many people from St.
So
George did not vote?
So how much voting in Claude by? Not 245 votes?
In last
In the election, I was on an MP ticket.
Gentlemen,
so now how you
listen.
win?
Listen, hold on.
How many
Let me
people, how many
Luther.
people did not vote?
Vote 26,000. Hold on. Let me say something to
From the
you.
history.
Hold on. Peter believed in the resurrection. He could resurrect these 26,000 people.
Talk to me after the election. Talk to me after the election.
Yeah, I talk to you every day.
Say if Peter lose now, he carried on.
Hold it. Not if.
When he lose.
Okay. All right, when he loses, his career is done. When he wins, then what?
He can't win.
He won't win.
Because that's your opinion, he won't win. The people will decide whether he wins or not.
So all the NMP people will come back to him then. And NMP won't get nothing.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's what you think.
These are the assumptions that you're making.
Listen. These guys, if the election is held during the Lenten season, the possibility of the resurrection
might come back.
Like,
what no,
seriously,
we cannot sit here and say yay or nay what's going to happen in terms of, in this case we're talking about Peter and we winning the seat, but the way things are going in the when Peter won the first time and you won the candidate by some 800 votes.
That's he beat Claude the first time in 2018 by about 800. 800?
No.
The first time, you're right. In 08.
Oh, right.
Yeah, in 08, yeah.
Yeah, because NDC won.
Right, yeah. So yeah.
But it wasn't credited at the time.
No.
Claudette came in 18.
18.
Yeah, because
right.
Yeah. So we're talking about that, and we can't just assume things are going to happen.
That's right.
I understand that all of these political organizations working hard, but realistically, when you look at it, his support is dwindling. I think the last time he won, they just what was about.
Okay, let me give it.
No. Okay, let's talk about it.
Why is that?
Now, nobody gave the DPM a chance of getting a garnish in any support at all.
When was it DPM again? DPM ain't come yet.
No, I'm telling you, no. We
haven't reached election yet.
You are talking about history. I'm talking about it. Nobody gave it a chance.
Because I can't give that chance.
Look at the number of
I can't give that chance because nobody had the opportunity to vote for them yet. So I'm talking about what already happened.
Did you see the following?
No, all in the foreign votes you're talking about. We're talking about votes.
Not those who just go on the street and
vote.
Not go to the street.
Vote. Vote.
Did you see the number of the people at the trade center?
Listen,
did you see?
Luther, hold on.
I said vote.
Gentlemen, hold on. We're speaking right now about votes, okay? We're not talking about people who go and say they will support you because they don't necessarily have to support you when they get to the ballot box. Okay?
True.
Right. So in other words right now we cannot
they don't necessarily have to support you when you get to the ballot box. That says the same thing about the NDC and the NNP.
No, yes, hold on. But the NDC and NNP has records that they could talk about. Okay, because people have already voted for them in different elections. The DPM now cannot say nothing. All they could say maybe what they might be expecting. That's all.
What was expected from the NDC? The NDC has demonstrated a streak of losing. That's what they have done.
Okay, well,
they have last 23 years straight. And you had in 3 separate elections, you've had the people say, I don't want you at all. You're gone. You're in the dark house.
Listen,
goodbye.
Listen, I love the DPM. You know why? I consider them to be a spoiler. You know what's a spoiler?
Yeah, well.
A spoiler means that they're going to take somebody out of the result together. And the person that taken out of the party that taken out of the race is the NNP. And that is it. They're like a rabbit out there. You know, I remember in horse racing, what they used to do. Listen, let me tell you. In horse racing, now what the owner might do, he might put 2 horses in the race. And he put one of them there and he said to them, listen, you go to the front and just try to run away with the race. Everybody follow you. He has the better candidate, the better horses behind. They're waiting for them to burn themselves up, you know. And then when they burn themselves up, you just come right by. Look at the NDC coming out.
Let me make the analogy. You talk about horse racing. Let's say in an aircraft, you know what a spoiler does? It makes the flight a lot smoother and better.
Okay, all right. So that is what you expect to happen in this case.
So yes, I expect that. Our expectations are different.
He'll make it a lot better and smoother. He'll make it easier and better for the opposition candidates to win.
DPM listen.
He said
DPM.
And I'm saying
the DPM was the spoiler.
Listen,
so I'm telling you what the spoiler does.
Yes, it makes it easier for things to happen.
Right.
And he's saying that in this case, hold on. He is saying that DPM is the spoiler. Yeah?
Make it
and
easier.
making it easier for good things to happen. So
yes.
What are the good things?
NDC.
All right.
So you're saying a spoiler on my aircraft makes your
make the aircraft run smooth
without
wasn't that you say? It makes it
on my aircraft.
Yeah, right.
And yours without a spoiler would run smoother.
I think you're listening right.
Let me ask you a question. So answer me honestly. How many seats do you think the DPM will win? Average.
I think they can.
Promedio.
I think they can win about 4. At least 4. I think they can win at least 4.
Which are the 4?
No, I don't know exactly. I think they can lead, maybe more.
I think you're in dreamland, you know.
So
yes, that is what Kim is talking about.
We have
spoilers. Let me tell you now, and they want 4.
I'm like the NDC who is dreaming about this polarized markets. That's a dream.
That's why I said I'm a dreamer.
Let me listen.
Yes, go ahead.
Hold on. Listen, let me just take one more final call to wrap the program up, right? Vibes FM, caller?
Yes, sir. Listen,
yes.
rub Mr. Luther head from it, please. Just rub it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Maybe some wisdom from you. Dr. Pet?
Yes.
You could help him out, please.
I'll give him an injection. No problem.
That's right.
Because it seems that I'm rabid. So
I'll tell you what I like about Mr. Luther. But anytime he find himself in a bind, he throw a bait outside it to see how he could get out. You know what I mean? He like to change the talk. You know, he argued out the 3 sides of his mouth. Look at his tongue and see if he have a razor blade inside it for me, please.
My dear, you want to examine my tongue?
I mean, he's fun. He is fun. But in a way, I'm sorry for him. You understand?
Yes.
He embarrassing himself. That's what he's doing. Come on, man. I want to give you a dose of reality, Mr. Luther.
Yeah.
Dr. Pitts.
Peter's sole purpose is to put the final nail in
NNP.
coffin.
That is it, and I will put it to
And I'm
stone.
not telling you that because I think so.
You know so.
I'm telling you that because I know so.
Good.
I understand. No, you said you think.
Hey, I tell you when I'm speaking, you open your ears and keep your mouth shut. Okay?
Yeah.
You're not, let me tell you, as our old man used to say, you're not a children. Okay? All right. So I am telling you, Peter knows that he cannot win. He would like to be in opposition, right? His sole purpose, let me repeat, is to see that NNP end up with GULP, end up in the center cemetery in tongue.
Yep.
You understand?
Yep.
And nothing, Mr. Luther, nothing you do or say in his defense could change that fact. And you must understand. I mean, I understand. I like you for some reason, you know. And I'll tell you one of the reasons I like you for. You're supporting, right or wrong. Come hell or high water, you're supporting. You're drunken, you're supporting. Right? But you go dead. That's why I'm telling you.
We all have to die.
Peter wouldn't help you keep your nose above water because he himself fighting for survival. You understand me?
Yeah.
As comrades, we'll go down together.
Survival. And with his last breath, Mr. Luther, I tell you already, behave yourself. You're a big man. Okay? Peter fighting for survival. All right? He is fighting for survival. And with his dying breath, he wants to take NNP with him. You see what happened to GULP?
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
Gary was GULP and GULP was Gary. Well, hey, this is no news. This is an open secret. NNP is Keith Mitchell and Keith Mitchell is NNP. Right? Now we have Peter David is what? DPM, DMP or whatever. And it's 6 or 1, half a dozen of it. But he is going to make sure that NNP breathe its final breath in this coming election.
That's it.
Trust me, Mr. Luther.
Yeah.
Trust me, Mr. Luther.
Mm-hmm.
That is what he is. That's his only reason for forming his own party. Right? And as you say, check you after the election. I'm going to personally come to Carriacou. The day after election and look for you.
My dear,
you hear me?
I'm looking forward to that.
Yes.
Mr. Kim?
Yes.
And Mr. Coy, you're going to be my escort.
Okay.
All right?
Okay, no problem.
And we go play the tape for him.
Yes.
The tape don't lie.
No.
Yes.
Save it.
Okay.
Save the tape.
I see
Mr.
it is-
Luther.
yeah.
Mr.
Yes.
Luther.
Yes.
As I said before, please stop embarrassing yourself.
Uh-huh.
You understand?
Well,
And you're embarrassing me as a Grenadian. Yes, I like the fun. But there comes a time when reality must set in. Right? Put fun and joke aside now. We're dealing with serious matters. This has to do with Grenada. You, in a sense, playing with my life, and I don't like it.
Well,
don't like it. You live your time already. Let me live mine now. Okay?
So
because what is happening in Grenada is for me, my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, my whole generation till Jesus come. Don't do that to yourself, Mr. Luther. Please, don't do that to yourself. As I say, I kind of like your spirit, but you're going overboard now. Okay?
Okay, caller, thank
Go
you.
home, have a good meal, and take a bath and go and sleep. All right? Thank you.
Okay.
You know, you were saying, there are two things I want to point out that you're contradicting yourself. Because at one point you said, I think, and then you say, I know. This is a contradiction in itself. And then you're talking about influencing your life. You don't have any control over your life. Huh? I mean, a lady of your caliber and your intelligence have absolutely no control over your life.
But
something is wrong. So, Dr. Pett, maybe you could get an injection.
Yeah, I mean, can we say put him in all the calamity now, right?
Dr. Pett, we have.
You didn't say everything now.
Like I'm the doctor for Vibes FM.
Yeah. but in all honesty, you know, and that's exactly what I see. A victory for Peter will be the final nail on the coffin for the NNP, and then I will supervise the putting of this tombstone, because we ain't going back in the cemetery.
Let me ask you, what a victory for the NNP would be?
The NNP, there's no victory.
No,
for
I'm
NNP.
asking you.
There's no
hypothetically.
No, there's no victory for NNP.
No, hypothetically.
There's no victory for NNP.
That is hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
No victory for NNP. That is hypothetically.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, okay.
So
that's the answer?
No victory.
No victory for them.
Okay. So we will after the elections we'll have a nice chat on this radio program.
About what? We'll have the ceremony.
Yes.
Yeah, well, what we have now is Speak Out
the-
Unfiltered, and what we could be having then is a ceremony.
No, it's not
for both parties, the losers.
No, don't tell me on unfiltered, because a lot of the time it's filtered.
But listen,
a lot of this is filtered. So
you know what's going to be interesting in that stupid season start already.
It started already, Drew?
But you have a long stupid season, you know.
Almost 18 months, you know.
We have about 18 months to go, you know.
About 18 months?
8 years?
To behave stupid?
Yes, but a long time.
Well, if you guys want to behave stupid, that's your business. But certainly we're not. Because if you revel in this stupidity, that is fine.
No, but it is something that is ongoing.
Yeah, but
ongoing for you, not for me.
Election.
Well, okay.
And I'm sure
I didn't ask you to get involved in it. I'm telling you what is the reality of
I'm
this.
telling you the reality. I'm sure
Hold
that
on.
Dr. Pett is not going to get involved in any stupidity.
The reality is the rabbits like Peter and NNP and them, they realize the length of the race. They jump in the race,
That's
you
the
know,
point, you know.
but then they know the length of the race. It's a marathon. This thing is a marathon.
You're not sprinting, you know.
But you think you could jump up and run 100 yards? You're born before we go to the second 100, and we have thousands to go.
When we have a Usain Bolt, where are you going to run?
Usain Bolt?
Honestly, there's no at this point in time. There's nothing that we talk about
frankly,
election.
at this point, it's
They're
hard to
speaking.
predict what's
They
going on.
no. Because what happened? The Dr. Kitu used to brag and boast he have a bell in his pocket. What happened to the bell? The rubber bell.
That's politics.
The bell,
You know that.
the bell. Yeah, he bell and anything again.
Well, he had a bill for how many years? Yeah, at some point you'll give the bill up.
Probably have a clock like Sawan when what do you call him, the Trinidadian captain? He proved a point to Viv Richards.
Oh, not
Sawan. Ramdin.
Ramdin.
When he made his century, and he proved, he take out the thing from his pants and he showed Viv Richards, man, who the hell are you? Have to make 100?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
But it's gonna be a long stupid season, eh? And I see it already. And I know the NNP, the DPM, all of them go burn up. They can go make them burn by it.
Well, what is really happening on Luther? They keep burning them out because, as Kim say, they just have a meeting crazy everywhere. They can even need to have a meeting now.
Oh.
But they're just burning out.
Look, it's
so when they're exhausted with all the rubbish, people ain't bothering them again.
But even in our state of exhaustion, we can still win.
Look, and not even that, if you've seen the amount of projects online right now in Grenada.
That's true.
And there's much more, Ola, there's much more to go.
True.
Yes.
I agree with you. It's all online on the net. It's all online.
No.
All the projects are all online on the net. But on the ground, where are they on the ground? They are not on the ground.
And you know what impressed me the other day again? Almost everything the Prime Minister, the government is doing is impressive. But the roads that they're doing now is top class roads. Okay? Throughout the country, they implement those roads. But the next thing is, when I heard them make the statement about the marking of the roads, it's going to be done that the way it's done, like in the US and the other countries, with the proper paint for the lanes and everything like that. That is impressive, because we need that for the longest while. This regular water paint usually go and put in the crosswalks and all that kind of thing like that. Everything fade off in like 2 days.
You know what we need is for lots of people in Carriacou who do not have houses and need help. That's what we need.
That's going on now.
We do not need.
That's going on now.
No,
yes.
No, it's not.
Luther, you know how much houses it's been built right now?
Tell me. No, how many? You ask me. Tell me.
30. 30 under construction right at this minute as I speak.
I would like to go to see them. So tell me where they're located.
I'll tell you where they are. I'll make up a list and give you the list and let you go and see them.
I understand. Yes, I understand. And I understand that you will make up a list.
I'll put the list together.
No, you said you'll make up a list.
You want to see why?
Because you've been making up things all the while. Yes. So make up another list.
Let's wrap up.
Yes.
Kai?
Well, I wonder if it's really wrap up, because
for today.
I know. Oh, for today. For today, because a lot of things I've heard in my ears today still lingering on, and I have to give them some thought. But I realize what is happening, and I'm still happy that we are able to discuss things, even though we don't always agree on everything, and that is the issue. We may not agree on everything, but we can discuss and agree to disagree and disagree to agree. So I really feel that speaking out unfiltered is coming of age.
And not even that, but Dr. Petty, next time you come inside here, leave your bag outside, because I know where you're coming inside.
You're threatening the man now? You invited a guest and you're threatening him?
Because no, I hear you talking a lot about this injection.
So you are scared that he may administer one to you?
Make sure.
Because he's so close to you.
And you worry, you worry talking about. I'm a good guy, so I wouldn't do that to him.
Yes.
The program is very informative. I started listening to it since morning and very heated. Yeah. I like it, constructive. I mean, Luther might have a little ups and downs. Mm-hmm. He's a good guy, and I want him and all the rest of people, whether you're NMP, DPM, support Project Polaris. It is a good program. We might be dead and gone, Luther, but our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren will benefit from that program. So let's just support the program. Forget about, put aside politics. The Polaris is not for NMP, no NDC, it's for all Grenadians.
Okay, I understand that, and I support, and I don't know of anyone who does not support it, but the reality is, the timelines you're looking at, you can't get in the timeline. Be realistic. Tell us exactly what it is.
Okay.
Now, I am very happy that you have at least 4 political parties running in Grenada. Maybe
there's more. There's going to be more.
Maybe more. So that's democracy, the height of democracy. So people must have choice. Mm. And after the elections, we will see what the people think of us.
Yeah.
If we are good, if we are no good, if we are to be discarded. But I think choice is great.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
And that will just wrap up the program for today right here on Vibes FM. We want to thank you so much for your participation. Until next time, I'm your humble servant, yours truly, Kim the King. It's always a pleasure.